1 2. Sound check. Testing 1 2. Can you hear me? 1 2 1 2. Hope you can hear me.
Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, and good morning to our guest, Mr. Msiza. Good morning. Welcome to Parliament. Is it your first time here? Not in scope, I mean in Parliament generally.
No, Chair.
Oh, you're a veteran.
No, I'm a veteran.
This is easy for you. That means we will be done by 11 then.
Hopefully, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
That means we'll be done by 11. No, thank you very much, and welcome to everybody, to our colleagues from the AG, everyone else who's here. Thank you very much for being here. Ms. Ibrahim will explain. You've been talking to Ms. Ibrahim, right? You guys know each other, so great. So she will explain the rules and swear you in, and then once she is done, I will just orientate you around how we're going to proceed. And then we'll get straight to it. I'm hoping that it's not a wide range of issues that we are discussing with you today. It's fairly focused, and we should be done in no time. So, Ms. Ibrahim, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Msiza had the opportunity to speak to my colleague, Ms. Arnold, a little bit earlier. Mr. Msiza, I'm going to administer your oath. So you've been invited, subject to the provisions of Section 16 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004, read together with National Assembly Rule 168, which affords certain privileges to witnesses, to appear before the Standing Committee on Public Accounts in respect of the committee's oversight inquiry into the Road Accident Fund. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside of Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware further that in terms of Section 17(2) of the Powers Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offence and is liable to a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. Mr. Msiza, I'm going to ask you to please raise your right hand and repeat after me as I administer your oath. Thank you, sir. I swear that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
the
whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. You're now duly sworn in for the duration of the proceedings.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ibrahim, and thank you very much to you, Mr. Msiza. So let me just give some context and why I'm saying that our proceedings here are fairly narrow, and that is the mandate of the committee generally centers around financial and related issues. So in other words, it's expenditure. It's also decision making that informed that expenditure. And in your context, we are particularly interested in the expenditure on the close protection services of the Chief Executive of the Road Accident Fund, given that there is an apparent difference between what the board had determined and what was eventually spent. That's the long and the short of it. This has been flagged by the Auditor General. It's also something that we have picked up during the course of our interactions with the Road Accident Fund. Now, you are not here as an accused. This is an inquisitorial process, not an accusatory process. The way this works is that we've obviously got certain information. We need people who are in the know of the matter at hand to assist us in understanding how decisions were made that eventually led to to the issues, right, to the expenditure itself, right, and to help us reconcile where there may be discrepancies, understand how did you move from point A to point B, by you, meaning the Road Accident Fund institutionally. What we encourage people to do is to talk about things that are in their personal knowledge. You may have been in the room, you have been in a meeting, you may have been responsible, that is okay. Where it is hearsay, I advise everyone to say, you might need to ask so-and-so about it. Right, okay. We had a gentleman here yesterday that we had to send away because a lot of the things that you are speaking to were not in his personal knowledge, and therefore he wasn't helpful to us, right? So it generally helps if you just point us to where we can find the kind of information a member is looking for. If you don't have it, it is also okay if you need to provide a document or something to the committee later to say, look, I know that document exists. I cannot recall it right now, but I can find it and send it to you. But let me tell you the following in the, you know what I mean? So we're not going to kill you for not remembering every single issue on every page in a document. But you know, if you can recollect, it helps. If you can have the document sent to us later on, it particularly helps. So feel comfortable that you don't need to say things you don't remember. Otherwise, Miss Ibrahim's thing about the oath, we might say you are lying, and it becomes a problem. So otherwise, you know, just use simple language. There is certain terminology that attends to certain areas of expertise. We don't always know what it means, and sometimes the acronyms refer to things that we think differently. For instance, you know, if you Google RAF, the Royal Air Force comes up. The Royal Air Force comes up. Yeah, so let's just keep the conversation simple. So I just want to say to the members, we only became aware this morning that Mr. Msiza had prepared an affidavit. So it's just been sent to you. So what I'm going to suggest is what we do with the other witnesses. If during the course of this conversation, there is something that is in your affidavit, all the members have it, you can just say to the member, let's please go to paragraph whatever. And then you can expand. So just help the members navigate through the document as you speak, so that we all on the same page. I am really just going to ask a few questions at the beginning and then hand over to the members. I have to remember which side I started yesterday and start on the opposite. I'm going to start. No. I'm going to start that side today because yesterday I started on my right. Okay, so if that's okay, I'm just going to ask you several questions. This, Mr. Mhlanga, so the way this works, there are these guys who are streaming these proceedings. If the mic does that, they can't hear. And you will see someone popping in to tell us something. So when you speak, just move it a little bit close to you so that we are audible. So thank you very much. So I'm just going to ask about the circumstances under which you joined the Road Accident Fund, when, what were you supposed to do, etc. Let's start our conversation there, and then we will end up with the key matters, and then I'll just ask the colleagues to then join the conversation. So let's do the introductions together. So just tell us about your joining the RAF and so on.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good morning to the honorable members. Chair, for noting, Chair, I have prepared documents. I've sent them on the way of Sunday. So when I arrived here, unfortunately, they didn't get here, but I've managed to send them through. So I thought this was going to be easier if you have already received them, Chair.
No, that's why I'm not admonishing you on this, precisely because that we got them this morning is not your doings. So we don't take offense at all.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And again, I've prepared my documents are in twofold. Chair, there's document A and B. The A part, it talks about, is an affidavit that is going to give the background of who I am and the issues that I've canvassed on the affidavit. Chair, I'll talk to my experiences first to say how did I think they are going to link up in terms of how did I went to...
No, we will get there.
Okay.
Allow me to lead you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Chair, I'm Stephen Msiza, as I've mentioned. I've joined Road Accident Fund in 2021. I was seconded from Passenger Rail of South Africa, Chair.
Yeah, so I mean, just tell us about, tell us when you joined the RAF, in what role, what the role entailed, who you were reporting to, so that complete information, yeah.
Oh, thank you, Chair. When I was seconded as a specialist security officer in the office of the CEO. The role that I've occupied was to assist with the restructuring of security function within RAF, and also assist in the realignment of functions in terms of complying with minimum information security standards and minimum physical security standards, Chair. So that was the role that I was supposed to do. And on my arrival, I was reporting to the acting chief corporate COO, I mean to say. At the time, it was Maria Rambauli, yes. So I was reporting to her. On my arrival, it was around June. I started on the 1st of June, 2021. I think it was during COVID, but it was like fading out in terms of people going back to work. So I had a meeting with her. She briefed me on the issues that I was supposed to look. The information that I got was that we don't have internal capacity that can deal with security. So we want you to assist us with the restructuring of security. And then the person who was in charge at the time, it was Brian Furness. He was a senior manager for facility. I met with Brian Furness. We had one-on-one with Brian Furness to try and understand, because my understanding was that an organization like RAF should have had capacity in terms of security. So when I engaged with Brian, then he then took me through to the issues at hand within RAF. And he then told me that no, he's managing facility. Under facility, there's a security reports direct to him. And the person who was in charge, it was Matumele Homo. The position was a national security manager, but he was managing only head office. So security within the regions, it was reporting to facility also, but now the reporting of what you call it was going to, they were reporting to corporate support, they report to the regions, and then it comes to the whole office. So for me, he was giving me the background, Chair, so that I can understand at what length am I going to be able to assist them. So fast forward, then I met with Matume and Dakon.
Sorry, let me, before you get to Matume, so I just want to get you correctly. So Mr. Furness says to you that the current security people look only after head office. The head of security is only head of security for head office. This
Yes.
is what he tells you.
Yes, the security at the time, Chair, it was supporting the National Security Manager.
The national security.
Yes, he was in charge of head office only.
Didn't that?
I didn't understand, Chair, because my understanding was that if it's national, it means he's in charge of national security as a whole within all the regions. But I do have, like I'm saying, Chair, there's a structure here that shows that how was the structure at the time.
Okay, no, I just wanted to be clear. So now you then met with Mr. Lihumu, so you were there. So just carry on.
So obviously, Chair, is a known terrain for me. So I have to then try and understand what are the issues. I think Mr. Lihumu at the time he was working from home. The person who received me, it was Mr. Msiza. Then I requested a meeting with the management of security. We met, it was myself, Mr. Lihumu, Brian Furness, Teboho Masango. Teboho Masango was in charge of security admin. And then we met and I wanted to understand the issues. We engaged. In the normal course of things, when you arrive into a new environment, you'll want to, try and get the information of, what are the issues actually and what is there, why certain things are not there, to get the background. So in the main, what happened was that in those engagements, I then realized that, okay, the security, it was not in line with minimum information security standard. And I asked them questions to say, but guys, why security is reporting like this? Why you don't have certain things? Because in terms of minimum information security standards, you have principles of security where you need to have your physical security, you have your information security, computer security, you've got your personnel, information security, and your vetting. So I asked them to say, how are you then be able to work if you guys, you don't have this, you are not practicing or implementing what minimum security information entails. So
let me ask you, so when you meet with them, so let's just go to on the day that you arrive. You are met by Mr. Msiza, correct?
Yes, Chair.
What were you told about your role in and Mr. Msiza reported to Mr. Lihumu?
Correct, Chair.
Were you told why it was not Mr. Lihumu meeting you?
Chair, when I get there, I didn't know Mr. Msiza. So on my arrival, he's the one that received me. And then he told me that he's reporting to Mr. Lihumu. And then I asked, where's Mr. Lihumu? And then he said, no, he's working from home.
Okay. No, I mean, you meet whoever meets you at the gate. Anyway, but anyway, testimony before this was that it was not due to Mr. Lihumu's unavailability that Mr. Msiza met you. So he would have been available to meet you. Tell me, what were you told was your seniority in relation to Mr. Lihumu? Then when you convened them, you convening them in your capacity as what? When you were asking them all of these questions, did you convene them or did someone else convene the meeting?
Chair, I think there were engagement before, I want to believe, before I can get there. Because when I met with the acting COO, he gave me the background and then he told me that, look, Brian Furness will meet with you so that they can also take you through. Precisely because the communication was for me to can assist with the restructuring, Chair. I've got a letter here, Chair, that seconded me. I wanted to.
No.
Okay.
Before you get to that, I'm asking you a specific question.
Okay.
Were you told you are senior to them, you are at the same level, you are below them? That's all I'm asking.
I was told that I'm there to restructure security. On what level, I was never told. I was just told that you are going to restructure security, and you'll make sure that you engage with fairness to run the security functions.
And Rambauli told you this?
Correct, Chair.
Okay, so when you met with them, I'm assuming then that you are now their senior, clearly, because you've convened the meeting. There's a national security manager, there's Mr. Mhlanga and everything else, and so you are effectively their boss. You can't restructure up. You understand that?
Yes, Chair. Yes, I understand.
So you were effectively their boss?
Yes, correctly, Chair.
And what was your official title?
I was a specialist in the security of the CEO, specialist security officer in the office of the CEO.
But you did not report to the CEO, you reported elsewhere?
I reported to the acting chief corporate officer, acting chief
corporate support
officer, yes.
Okay. So you said you came from PRASA before that?
Correct.
Can you tell us about the circumstances of you joining PRASA?
Chair, before I joined PRASA, I was at Road Traffic Management Corporation. I was a deputy security manager there.
Who was the chief executive there when you were there?
It was Collins Litswalo, Chair.
Okay, and then you went to PRASA.
I went to PRASA. There were threats against his life, and then also I was also requested to come and assist, and then I went and assist.
Was there a security manager at PRASA at the time?
Yes, there was a security manager when I get there.
What subsequently happened to them after you arrived? Did you work together throughout until you left, or what happened to them? Did they last in the organization or not?
When I get there, it was the manager there was Mr. Makura. So I worked with him.
Yes.
But he left due to, he went on pension.
So he left soon after?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so when you joined PRASA, were you seconded again?
No, in PRASA I was recruited.
Was there an advert you responded to?
No, I was headhunted, Chair.
You were headhunted?
Of course, yes.
Okay, so you were handpicked?
Yes, Chair.
By who?
The communication that I received, it was from the person that I communicated with was in Pomanyasha, Chair.
Pomanyasha, at PRASA?
Yes.
At PRASA?
Yes, she was at PRASA, Chair.
Did you have occasion to meet Ms. Pomanyasha later at the Road Accident Fund?
Pomanyasha is working also at the Road Accident Fund, Chair.
Okay, so you moved from Road Traffic Management Corporation.
Yes.
With Mr. Litswalo, then moves to PRASA. You moved there with him.
Yes.
And then he moves to Road Accident Fund. You moved there with him. You are seconded.
Of course.
Okay, so you're handpicked at PRASA.
Yes.
And you are handpicked at the Road Accident Fund.
Yes, Chair. And I think, Chair, maybe because of my experiences, Chair, I'm a former council team member. So
No. We've seen your experience is all there. We are concerned with process right now.
Okay.
So your story so far
yes.
is that you worked with Mr. Litswalo at Road Traffic Management Corporation. And I'm going to simplify this. When he left, went to PRASA, he went to fetch you in the manner in which you were handpicked.
Yes, Chair.
And one of the primary things, there was a threat against his life.
Yes.
And you subsequently augmented his security arrangements.
At PRASA?
Yes.
No.
They didn't?
No.
So were you his bodyguard?
Yes.
Okay, so you're his close protection officer.
I was his close protection, yes, Chair.
And then he moves to the Road Accident Fund and he fetches you from there.
Yes, at the time I was an acting senior manager at PRASA Technical when he requested that I come and assist.
So he requested that you come and assist.
The communication that I got from the PRASA, I communicated with my then manager, it was Mr. Maleto, who then informed me that no, at RIF they are requesting my services. Are you available? I said to him, no, what services? And then he said, no, they are saying...
Who told you that he requested you? Because you just told us that now that Mr. Letswalo requested that you come over. Who told you that?
No, I'm saying at the PRASA is the one that Mpomanya told me to say, he requested me to come at PRASA. Because he said, no, they are having... There's people who want to harm Mr. Letswalo, so they trust my skill and experience that I can be able to assist. Then they recruited me there, and then I went and be his bodyguard and assist.
Okay, so you moved from... So I just need to get this right. So what was your role at Road Traffic Management Corporation, if I may ask?
I was a deputy manager at that time.
Okay, and then you went from there to become a bodyguard?
It was an assistant manager, but also I was a bodyguard to Mr. Letswalo.
I will let the members deal with that contradiction in terms of job grading.
Yes.
I will let the members deal with that contradiction in terms of job grading. So you arrive. So what we've established so far is where Mr. Letswalo goes, you also go. It's clear. The only place you can't go with him now is where he is right now, which is not anywhere in particular. But a Road Traffic Management Corporation, you are together there. PRASA, you are together there. Road Accident Fund, you are together there. There is a pattern. It's not a question. You've just set it out.
Yeah, correct, Chair.
Yeah.
And it's something that I can't hide, Chair.
No, you've just set it out.
Yes.
I'll let the members deal with that information. So you arrive at the Road Accident Fund. I'll let the members traverse the issues of, but effectively, you have been appointed security boss, effectively. You cannot restructure up, you restructure down. So whatever your role is, by way of job title, you are the head of security now, in the presence of another head of security, Mr. Lihumo.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. All right, so the picture is clarifying. Okay. Can we, for now, just talk about what you know about the procurement of close protection services for the Chief Executive Officer? Let me be upfront with you so that we get to the heart of it quickly. The information that we have, including a sworn statement by the previous chairperson of the Road Accident Fund Board to the High Court, is that there had been a limit as a fringe benefit of 480,000 rand on what could be spent on the chief executive's security. Okay. Tell us where you meet that process, because I understand, we understand as a committee from Mr. Lihumo that he was initially asked to initiate this process, and then it subsequently left his hands. So tell us where you meet the process and what subsequently happens thereafter. Then I'll ask a couple of questions and then hand over to the members. So just tell us the whole story, all the way to hiring the company that ended up being hired and the expenses on that. The company that ended up being hired and the expenses on that.
Chair, I'm worried because the way things are were communicated is not true, Chair. I'm going to take you through, Chair. Chair, on my arrival, 1st June, like I've alluded, Chair, that there were that interaction with the colleagues. Procurement of close protection for the CEO, former CEO. there was a company that was appointed, Chair. I don't know if I must mention the name of the company, Chair.
All the records pertaining to that entire matter have been handed to Parliament. Any member of the public can ask.
Chair.
Wenzile Papama. So there was a company that was appointed,
Yes.
specifically in respect of the chief executive
Yes.
officer's security.
Yes, there was a company that was appointed on my arrival, Chair, when I was there.
Okay.
So now, then I was given the number of the service provider to contact so that he can start come working. I contacted the director of that company, and I said to him, you are being appointed. I want to believe that they have communicated. Can you please make the close protectors that are going to come and work with us available so that we can go test their shooting and their driving, and they can start working. Then the guy acted somehow. He was like, oh, in fact, what is actually expected from these guys? I said to him, no, look, these guys are going to work like this. I explained the close protection as it entails, you know. Then he said to me, no, man, let me come back to you, because to him, the way my suspicion is that he quoted very low, Chair. And then he said to me, no, I'll come back to you.
In fact, let's go there. Let's go to the quotation. So what was the allocation? Firstly, did you see the contract?
There's a document that they've sent me, Chair. It was not a contract per se. It was a document that says this is the company that we've appointed. Then I communicated with them. So,
okay, so the answer is you didn't see the contract.
I didn't see the contract, but I've communicated with the director of the company.
Did you ask for the contract? Because the contract would contract as a basis.
Chair, there's a document, I can't remember what is that document all about, but it was talking about them because it was an RFQ process. So the document was talking to the appointment of that company. So for me, it was for me engaging them so that they can come.
We kind of need to know what this document was. Just so it, okay, maybe even if we don't know for now, we are going to have a break later. You can have a look, you can look for it. All I want to know at this stage is that you either saw or didn't see the contract.
The actual
That's also the number that we have, 480,000. You will recall in my introduction that I said the fringe benefit approved by the board was 480,000 rand per annum. So that's the number. That's why we're sitting here, because what subsequently happens takes us above 480,000. At no point was the chief executive's contract amended to give a higher amount. Not on the information that we have, but you may enlighten us on what happens next. So this is the part I was asking you initially to do. So please just tell us a story. You can take 5 minutes if it takes you 5 minutes to tell us a story, because I want to give the members an opportunity to get into the conversation.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Chair, quickly, Chair, the process for procurement, Chair, it started in 2020. They went 5 times on an RFQ. They didn't succeed 5 times, Chair, simply because the proper reputable companies were quoting more than 480, Chair. It was, they were quoting close to 2 million, 1.7 million, and so forth. So the same company with Papam started also high, but it was going down as in when they were going out on an RFQ. So immediately after my engagement with the company and I received this, then there was a board meeting. On that board meeting, I was invited. And I think the acting COO at the time, he invited me to that meeting, simply to give an understanding, what is my understanding about this. And at that time, she has sent a memorandum to review the issue of 408, because they went 5 times. That is my understanding, that they are not winning. And even the letter that came from the service provider that he want to review the pricing. So the acting COO then submitted the memorandum to the board. Then I was called to come and explain. The meeting, it was on the 22nd, Chair, of June 2021, where I was invited. Then I learned in that meeting that there was 480 of a benefit for the procurement of security. So, but now in those engagement, my presence there was to explain the policy of road accident fund. The policy of road accident fund caters for the close protection, Chair.
Sorry, let me ask. At the time that you are being asked to provide this explanation, isn't the National Security Manager responsible for head office at the Road Accident Fund at the same time, Mr. Lehum?
Mr. Lehuma was there, Chair, yes.
Was he in the meeting?
No.
So you effectively replaced him in his role?
I was invited by the acting COO, yes.
Yeah, you obviously went in his place. I mean, you've got a National Security Manager, he's not in the meeting. You are. To talk to the same matters that would be in his purview. I mean, his version of what his job entailed differs from yours, but let's go with your version.
Yes.
Your version is he was responsible for security at head office. So this actually is pertinently in his purview and is not in the meeting. We can canvass that with the people that invited you to the meeting.
Yes,
don't need to explain, but once again, so what's emerging is that the effect of your specialist role is that you take over somebody else's job. You didn't appoint yourself, but you take over somebody else's job. So you are effectively there, actually, not as a specialist, as National Security Manager, notwithstanding your title of being specialist. Okay, so you come to this meeting. What happens at the meeting?
At the meeting, there was an issue that the issue of 480 that was discussed. And I think the board was asking why is it taking so long for the management to can action the procurement of the CEO close protection. And the issues that were raised was that they wanted the article to be reviewed because they are not getting a service provider that can provide close protection at 480, Chair. And again, Chair, I think I won't do justice if I don't explain this thing, Chair. The 480...
Sorry, just provide me the date again of that meeting.
I think it was the 22nd of June, Chair.
June 2021.
2021, yes, Chair.
Okay, members, it's in parameter C in the folders, but can the team just ask, so the minutes of those meetings have been provided to us, so it's parameter C, item 5, and then they're under 5.2, sorry, 5.1.2.3, so under folder 5. Sorry, this is just our own housekeeping,
okay.
So that we can go to the same discussion.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So, what I wanted to explain, Chair, is the 480 part, Chair. The 480, Chair, with the, if you request services of close protection, Chair, you are not going to get it at 480. So I want to break it down for, to the Chair. 480 divided by 12.
Mr. Msiza, believe me, we know.
Okay, Chair.
What mine and your opinion on whether 480,000 is sufficient does not matter if the company does not make a proper decision to change that. We know it was 480,000. We did that calculation here in the committee, so don't justify it to us. What I'm interested in is how you then move, how different decisions are taken without the board actually changing its mind. Okay.
Chair, on that board meeting, what I can remember is that because the issue was a policy issue, when we were explaining the policy of RAF to say what does the policy entail in terms of the close protection. The policy, there's a clause there on the policy, Chair. I can go to the policy now, Chair. The policy, Chair. I can go to the policy now, Chair. Yes, Chair. On page 15 of RAF policy, under close protection, Chair, it says the security service shall initiate, develop, and provide close protection program for identified employees after a threat and risk assessment was conducted.
Yeah, so Mr. Can I, not Mr. Msiza, can I propose that you, because I'm trying to avoid limiting the way that you tell your story, but you can also send us down off-ramp. So let me tell you what we know, because the documents have been provided to us as a committee. We know that there was this meeting, and then there was a subsequent meeting of the 14th of July at the board. A threat assessment was made. In fact, there were two threat assessments. One was done by SAPS. It found that there is no threat. Then the former chief executive complained that his car had been burgled and so on and so forth. Okay? And then another company, Maduna, was asked to do a threat assessment. They looked at the road accident funds, offices, and all the rest of it, and said, we know that. And we know what is in the security policy as well. And the members will canvass you what the minimum information security standards say relative to what has to be done under threat assessment. So we've got that document, we've got the policy, we've got all of that, right? Can you please tell us how we come to the procurement of Mjaeli security at the numbers at which that service is procured at?
Yes, Chair. The meeting, when I left the meeting of the board says the security must be procured, EXCO must then procure the security services of the CEO, because this is a policy issue. It doesn't need the board to decide on it. And also said that on the issue of 480 as a benefit, I think they spoke about the issue of REMCO to look into it and then facilitate it accordingly. So then the issue was sent back to EXCO to can provide to can procure the services. But what we did, because remember these people, they went 5 times, 6 times, the sales provider sent a letter. Then we said, what is it that we can get? Do you have companies internally that can provide the services, companies that were contracted as physical security?
Mr. Msiza, is that the meeting of the 21st? Is that the meeting of June?
No, I'm saying after the board meeting.
After that meeting. So this is also after the July board meeting.
Chair, I don't know. I didn't go to the July board meeting, but what I know is that in June, the board said EXCO should then procure the close protection of the CEO.
Okay, all right. No, finish your story, and then I'll hand over to Honorable Beasley. Yeah, just complete the story, and then I'll hand over to the member then.
Yes. Then it went to EXCO for approval to procure the services. But what we did, Chair, we looked into the companies that were contracted to provide physical security. And we look into the contract to say, do we have companies that can utilize? Mjaeli was the company that quoted those protection in their contract. Hence, Mjaeli was identified, Chair. It was not because we just looked into those contracts. Then we said, okay, this contract has a what you call a close protection services inside. And then it was engaged by SCM, Chair.
So you there's a contract signed with them. Do you have sight of the costing of the new contract with Mjaeli Security? Did you have a look at it?
The new contract, yes, Chair, yes.
How much was that for?
It was per month. It was 144, Chair, per month.
All right. Who approved it? Who signed that contract?
It was approved by, I think it was EXCO. I do have documents. I'll look into those documents.
No,
it's a memorandum.
Yeah, we'll also have a look. I'll just ask the colleagues to. So, but anyway, so Mjaeli Security is hired. What were they supposed to provide specifically, by way of infrastructure, to ensure the safety of the chief executive?
Mjaeli was supposed to provide close protection, and also the vehicle was also included there to be part and parcel of the services, Chair.
Okay, was the vehicle hired, bought?
The vehicle was coming from the actual. It was a package, close protection plus vehicles.
All right, and then final question from me. This arrangement escalated at some point in terms of the number of how many protection officers did you have initially?
Initially, Chair, it was 3. It was 2 plus a reliever in the first contract, Chair.
By this year, how many did you have?
Chair, this is twofold, Chair. We've got internally that we've recruited, and we've got externally that was there.
So in total, how many protectors did the chief executive have?
From the service provider at the time, he had 6. Then when we internalize, Chair, the security, on the structure, Chair, you'll see it was 6 on the structure, but not only for the structure, Chair, you'll see it was 6 on the structure, but not only for the board chairperson and the CEO, it was 3-3. So now what happened was that
we're just talking about the CEO for now. So just tell us
coming there, Chair.
This year, how many protectors did the CEO have this year?
Yes, I'm 9, Chair.
Okay, that's all we wanted.
9.
Yeah.
So I want to explain this 9. This 9 it was done internally.
No. Don't suppose why I'm asking the question.
Okay,
I'm just asking a question about how many. Yeah, that's all. So, Honorable Beasley, can I start counting your clock? Thank you very much for those answers. Honorable Beasley, can I start your clock now for your 15? It's 15
it's
for
fine.
doing.
I'll do Mr. Meduna. I won't be that long, Chair, but Honourable Meduna, I won't be that long.
Okay.
Numbers is more my game than security. So when you joined RAF, were you given a job description?
On the secondment, no. I was never given a job description.
So surely, how did you actually know that so I find it quite bizarre, and again, it's not accusation, it's just inquiry, that you took a position that you actually didn't know what the job description actually was, what the role actually was. It was just a security specialist.
Chair, I knew what security entails, and I know what does restructuring entails. If somebody says to me, we want you to assist us with the restructuring, I've drafted what you call a security strategy, review the security policy, review the SOPs. So I did understood what is expected in terms of the restructuring.
So you weren't actually given a document to say what your actual role was?
Like I've said, Chair, I do have a letter that says what I was supposed to do as a specialist.
Can you finish that letter with us? And you don't have to do it now when you get a chance.
Yes, I did send the documents, as I've mentioned before.
And then why do you think you were the chosen one to go there? I mean, why you specifically?
Chair, with my experiences, like I've said, I was, before I go to RAF, I was at Prasa Technical, acting senior manager there. I was in charge of the security within the technical space because they had issues with Business Forum that was hijacking project. So with the vast experience that I have privately and within the government space, I think I was able to then shape. Even today, you can even see what the security of RAF looks like. It's totally different.
Yeah. So the question is why you're not the only security specialist in South Africa. So why are you specifically the chosen one that you went from road traffic to PRASA to RAF? I mean. And I've looked at it's Mr. Lohomo's CV and his qualifications, and he was very well qualified. So the question is, did you ever ask yourself why you?
Why me? Because of my experiences that I've inquired over years.
Okay, the point that I'm going to raise, and we won't get agreement, you're not the only one in South Africa with specialist security. I mean, there's a lot of people. So I mean, internally, you should be asking yourself questions. And the question I'm going to ask you, if Mr. Letsola said to you, jump, would have you jumped?
Look, Chair, from the... But I can tell you now that our relationship went sour because of things that I didn't agree with him. So I did whatever that I did, providing the the security. I did apply my mind in doing that. But there's certain things that I can tell you now, in terms of having 9 security officers, is absolutely nonsense, Chair, to say the least. So I didn't agree with that. At the end of the day, I am saying I've prepared a document, even if you can check my affidavit, where I'm now raising issues of abuse of power.
Yeah, I must say it's amazing that you're raising those issues now, but you didn't raise those issues at the time. And I'll get to that just now, because it's a personal issue for me, is that people have been bullied whilst you were there, and now you're changing your tune. So the question, did you ever get to the back of your mind that you were being used for a particular purpose, for a certain agenda? Did you ever feel that you were being used for a certain agenda?
Chair, changes that I brought there, I don't think that I was used until later, when I realized that no, when we were fighting with Collins, most of the time it was about this personal security. There's plenty of messages that he was sending me. At some stage, he once threatened to charge me, because in the main, you start realizing that he's not fighting with me about the entire security of RAF. So every time it becomes about me compromising his family, compromising him. So yes, but I never bullied anyone from where I'm sitting.
Okay, that's fine. And then there was a security threat assessment done by the SAP, and they said it wasn't an issue. What are your thoughts on that? Did they not?
Look, Chair, with SAPs, when SAPs, they deal with direct threat, Chair. And when you do your threat assessment, there's principles of assessment that you look at. So when you go to SAPs, you must tell them that so-and-so is threatening you, or this is what is happening. But within the assessment space, you don't only look at the direct threat. So I'm not saying the SAPs was wrong, but the way they conduct their threat assessment is not the same way as you will conduct those threat. That's what is happening. But within the assessment space, you don't only look at the direct threat. So I'm not saying the SAPs was wrong, but the way they conduct their threat assessment is not the same way as you will conduct those threat.
For myself, I would get hold of my mate who owns a security company and say, paint a bleak picture. So that's the contradiction. You've got SAPs on one side, you've got these other guys who could be friends of anybody else painting a bleak, and then all of a security goes poof through the roof.
Again, Chair, with SAPs, their methodology of intelligence is totally different from the methodology that you'll use from a security point of view. So with them, they deal with directly. If you go to SAPs, they will say, who's threatening you? But now within the security space, what you need to understand is that we look into the position that you hold, the decision that you must take, the impact of those decisions. So with SAPs, they don't look into those things. They will tell you that, no, you don't have a direct threat, so there's nothing. So that is why there is two different in terms of the security and SAPs.
Okay, and then just in terms of the finances, the cost has gone up from 480,000, and I've just done a quick summary. We've been given the cost of security for the last 5 years, but I've just taken the last 3 years. It's gone from 480,000 a year to 24 million a year. That's nearly 8 million a year. And, you know, there's some astronomical figures here. Fuel for close protectors, nearly 2 million in 2024. I mean, those are just obscene amounts of money. And my sense from all of that is that you've been used in this game to get to this result. And that is my concern, and that you'll probably need some type of reflection. But I just said earlier, I wanted to get back to just the personal issues. We had Mr. Lohomo and Mr. Mshlanga here. They were both in tears. They were both in tears because they've stood up. They were suspended without any prior. Their appraisals every single year were good. They never had any negative comments until you came into the environment, and they were suspended shortly after your environment, and then they were dismissed 2 years later. They're still fighting the matter in the CCMA. They cannot get security work. What would you say to them today if you had a chance to address them today? knowing what you know now. And it's quite funny. I look at your affidavit, and it's amazing how your tune has changed from being part of the oppressors to now you are the oppressed. And now you know what it's like on the other side to be sidelined. I mean, I just think of Mr. Luhomo, you coming in, he's been there, he's served it diligently, and now all of a sudden you come out from nowhere. I mean, what would you say to them today, knowing that they were the honest people who tried their best for the organization, and now their lives have been destroyed seeing grown men cry?
Chair, first of all, I didn't change the tune. Coming in there, I came in there to come and do my job. Coming to Mr. Lehom and Mr. Mhlanga, Chair, I can tell you now, they are being very dishonest. They came here and talk about themselves only. There is a guy that lost the job, that they went to him and told him to tamper with an evidence. Why didn't they tell you about the guy? That guy, they said to the guy, because they were charged. I don't want to go deeper because they're still fighting their case. And again, I'm not the one that suspended them. They were reporting to Brian Furness. Brian Furness is the one that suspended them. But what I can tell you is that they paid services that were not rendered. When they were charged, they went, after they were suspended, there is a guy who was reporting to them. They went to the guy and say, sign this acknowledgement of the job that is being done. So if it was not the case and they were so innocent, why did they cost that individual's job?
So just for the record, that they're in the CCM and they haven't lost a case yet, the two of them, and I know who I would believe in this issue, those two, because they weren't part of the bullying that took place. Thank you, Chair. That's me.
All right, thank you very much, Honourable Beasley. Honourable Nilmay.
No, thank you very much. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, my colleagues and our guests here. Good morning. I want to come back to I'm going to add on to some of the questions that were previously asked because I just needed some clarity there. Are you a member of any professional boards or accredited security associations? And your formal qualifications, do you hold any relevant qualifications to security management, risk, or intelligence? I've read your experience. We've read that. But I just wanted to find out a little bit more. And added to that question, because the rest of the questions will be on another topic, do you hold any national security clearance and at what level?
I don't have security clearance. And I'm registered with SIRA. And I'm trained within SAPS. I've done courses within SAPS. And the last one, what I did, it was within Counter Assault Team, one of the specialized units in the country.
No, thank you. I want you to cast your mind back to July 2023. On what basis was an instruction allegedly issued to deny Scopa access to the RAF Menlyn offices in July 2023, and who authorized or confirmed that instruction?
I don't recall if there was an instruction to deny, but we were told that the Scopa is coming there, and the security at the time. No, let me correct myself. I was in Semima Square. We're busy with the block settlement, and then when we were told, I was told that the people who came in there disguised as they disguised as if they were going with the deputy minister at the time. And later I was then told that no, the Scopa people, because normally we have what you call an access control. So, and then I don't know. There was a scuffle in terms of them coming in, but I didn't know that they were going there. So I got this when there was those scuffles, and I went to main lane.
Was Scopa able to enter and do oversight?
When I was there, yes, I was there working with them on my arrival, but I arrived late when they were inside the building. I was there.
Okay. I want to come back to this company, Wenzile Papama Security. I want to ask a little more. You say you found them there, and they're still there now. Is that correct?
No, I'm saying Wenzile Papama, on my arrival, Chair, they were already appointed to provide close protection services at a time in 2021, after an RFQ process.
Do you know much about this company? Do you know any of their directors in the company that are there, and any other persons that you in the company that you are aware of?
No, the directors of the company, I knew them after I communicated with them.
Do you know Solomon Msiza, who is a senior HR manager there?
Solomon Msiza. Msiza?
Same surname?
No.
Not related?
No, we are not related. Hence I'm saying, for me, I can't remember the guy that I spoke to, but it was not Msiza. I can't remember the name of the guy. It was back in 2021.
And the directors of the company is Israel Bezizwe Skosana, Jan Karel Kutsia. Who are the main members of this company that you deal with?
I don't know those people. And I'm saying, on my arrival, the communication that I received was from SCM, and they gave me the contact of the directors, because we're supposed to onboard them to come and work. So that was the initial engagement, because I found them there. I was not there when they were appointed. They were appointed of the directors, because we're supposed to onboard them to come and work. So that was the initial engagement, because I found them there. I was not there when they were appointed. They were appointed.
Security, who are you dealing with? Do you not know any of the directors? Who are you dealing with in at this company?
The company never. The letter that I was reading here, Chair, it was the company saying no, they can't continue because the amount there is 408. So I think from there they didn't come because they wanted to renegotiate their pricing. So currently now we are only dealing. We have internal security staff. We are not using any service provider currently.
I want to go back to the secret security clearances.
So just deal with that, Honorable Nilmay, because you are in injury time.
Okay.
As I was saying yesterday. So ask your... Can we just stop the clock? Honorable Kubeka has an intervention.
Nilmay, apologies. I just want the gentleman to, Mr. Msiza, to repeat what he just said now about the security services. Could you please repeat, sir?
I'm saying currently we have internal security staff.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, then I'll round up with this. So there's no external security company that is working and doing security for RAF.
I want to make sure security in terms of physical or close protection, because I think we are talking about close protection. I just want to qualify that.
Both.
No, with physical security, with physical security, that is doing access control, is hybrid. So On that one, we've got external services and internal. But with close protection, we are running with internal staff.
Who is your external security that you are currently using?
We've got 13 offices. In Hatfield, we are dealing with this Prime African. Those were awarded through the tender contract. In Hatfield, we've got in head office, we've got Kelvin. In Cape Town, we've got, I can't remember them exactly in sequence, but I can provide that information.
Honorable Neil, I made a mistake. You actually have time. I was looking at a wrong clock. Please go ahead. You've got another 7 minutes. I kind of thought something doesn't add up here. Please go on.
I find it was. I was thinking there was some. Yeah, time flies. Okay, I want to come back to top security clearance. In late 2021, when the SSA asked the RAF to submit a list of executives and their security status, tell me why the CEO was not available for top security clearance, when we have since discovered that he does not have top security clearance. Has the executives now received their security clearance?
Not yet. And okay, let me explain like this. When I arrived here, like I'm saying, from the restructuring point of view, we have established a vetting field unit, precisely because with my experiences, I've worked through all, the department within government. You will complete the ZTO form. You will wait for until you resign or whatever the case may be. You are not going to get your security clearance. So I think somewhere there in 2020, 2021, SSA issued a directive that says state entities can establish their own vetting field units. So one of the other things that I've established there is a vetting field unit. But again, the CEO, on my arrival, I know there is a letter where I've signed, Chair. That letter, when I arrived there was, remember, I found Matume and his team there. So when SSA communicated the information, they were communicating with the Matume and Tebo, the one that I said she was in charge of security admin. So they've compiled the information. There's a statement of Tebo here, Chair. They've compiled the information, and later I understood that they've requested the information from the PAs to populate the information of the security status. So that information was populated from the office of the executives. Then it was given to Tebo. Tebo consolidated the document, make a memorandum, give it to Matume. Matume is them who are working with security vetting at the time. Then they've sent it to me to sign. And I heard Matume saying, no, he refused. It's not true. There's a statement of Tebo who was reporting to Matume that he explained what actually happened. That led to them giving me the document for me to sign.
Okay. So you basically said you signed. Now, did you sign the security clearance for the CEO? Because the CEO does not have top secret security clearance.
The CEO doesn't have a security clearance, yes.
Thank you very much. I just have a quick question. Do you know a company called Everything Chicken Holdings?
Yes, Chair, is just a company that was registered, it never worked.
Who are the directors? Who were the directors of that company?
It was myself and Collins Letwalo, Chair.
When was that company formed?
I can't remember. It was around COVID, because at the time, what happened is that I was growing chickens. So Mr. Letswalo wanted to be part.
I think
Yes.
the name kind of says it, right? So
Yes.
so actually, so you and Mr. Letswalo are business partners.
No, we are not. It never materialized, Chair.
Did you?
We nearly became business partners, but it never materialized.
Okay, that's fine. But
Yes.
basically, you formed a business together.
Yeah, like I'm saying, Chair, I was growing chickens. He wanted to invest, but
No. Just calm down. You formed a business together.
yes, Chair.
And you were the only two directors.
Of course, Chair.
What year was this?
I think it was 2020, 2021, somewhere there, Chair. It was during COVID, Chair. I can't remember it clearly.
Okay, so let me look at the registration number. It was 2020. When did you join the Road Accident Fund?
2021, Chair, in June.
So he
2021, Chair, in June. 2021, Chair, in June. I declared my company. All the companies that I've registered, that declared them.
So your relationship with Mr. Letswalo is not that of an employer and employee, which explains why you travel with him through all these organizations. I mean, you don't just form a business with anybody.
It depends, Chair, what links you, Chair. It depends. I can form a business with you if there's something that maybe we can grow something together. It's not a question that
on
you
the
have.
basis of the name, what links you is your interest in poultry farming, the two of you. But I just wanted to confirm that. Honorable Maduna, please go ahead.
No, thanks, Chair. Good morning to you, Chair, the members, our colleagues who are helping us, and Mr. Msiza, Giabolisa. No, I'm also not going to be long, of course, as usual. No. Thanks, Chair. Thanks. No, Mr. Msiza, I see your affidavit. It's quite refreshing. I see that you've been a person of working for the law. I think it's a good thing. But perhaps just to check, around 2010, are you the same Mr. Msiza that would have, you remember when the former president of the Youth League, the current president of EFF, had that case with POA or something like that? It had to do with the woman and nice time and everything. Are you the same guy that paid the 50,000 for him?
I'm the same guy that was published on the newspaper. I didn't pay the amount.
Oh, so you did not deposit the amount?
I'm the same guy.
Oh, thanks. That's good. Yeah, that's good. So you in essence, after 2010, you are not his bodyguard.
Come again, Chair?
I'm saying, as from 2010, you are not his bodyguard.
No, from 2012, after the Mangaung conference, yes.
Oh, so you were his bodyguard at some point?
Yes, I was his bodyguard.
Oh, perfect.
2010, yes.
It makes sense. Oh, that's good. I just want to check. So, in 2014, you joined RTMC, ne? As an assistant manager.
Yes, as a deputy manager.
As a deputy manager.
Yes.
How did it happen that from a deputy manager, I mean, salary wise, you end up being a fleet officer?
No, look, within the RTMC, the fleet manager, it was not on a lower level. It was not on a lower level. Yes. So that restructuring, because they were placing people, then there was a a procurement of new fleet within RTMC at the time, and at the time it was the CEO, it was Mr. Msiza. So during the restructuring, so then I was then taken to go and manage the fleet because we are receiving a new fleet for the National Traffic Police officers. So the money in fact was more than that of the one that was getting there.
Yeah, you are jack of all trades, eh? From security to managing finally vehicles and stuff. No. I wanted to check that because I see here that it says fleet officer, so it gives that the salary could be a little bit lower than a deputy manager. But being as it may, that's okay. So during the time when there was a vandalism and everything at Prasa, you were there, right?
Yes, I was there. Yes.
Oh, so you were the acting senior manager.
I was sorry, Chair. I was acting senior manager at Prasa Technical. Remember, Prasa has different subsidiaries. So Prasa Technical is the one that deals with the railway and high mast, whatever. So it deals with technical stuff within the Prasa space, trains and so I was then seconded there as an acting senior manager because at the time they had, like I've mentioned, a challenge of business forum hijacking the project.
Oh, okay. So can you just remind me again? Please just be patient with me. I'm a bit slow. You said again you had a formal. What's your highest formal qualification?
National diploma in human resource.
Oh, yes. Oh, okay. No, yeah, I see. So from there you then moved to RAF.
Yes.
To do restructuring.
Yes.
With a national diploma.
Yes.
Oh. To do restructuring.
Yes.
With a national diploma.
Yes.
Oh. To do restructuring.
Yes.
With a national diploma.
Yes.
Oh.
How are you? Big time.
How about security or technical security?
HR is all over. For you to employ that security officer, you need HR. For you to do restructuring, job profiles, is HR. So I'm all over in terms of the qualification to can occupy any position. Because HR, remember, you've got finance within HR. You've got your operations, you've got your marketing. So it's vast.
Oh, okay. No, that I think I take that. I hear you. But now I want to check. When you arrive at RAF, you do an assessment through the Maduna Security Services. Well, it's not the same Maduna as me. Yeah, I must explain that. Now, I want to check.
We have not verified that, by the way, Mr. Msiza. I must tell you, he always denies links to this company, but we must still do background checks. You may find that he has a conflict of interest already, but we will deal with that later if that seems to be the case through the Ethics Committee of Parliament.
No, thanks, Chair. So I want to check. They give you a report, right? They give you a report, which is what you implemented to get Mr. Litswalo the close protection. But if I read their report, they specify, they are very specific. They say a close protector. How did it happen that you ended up having 2+1?
Yeah, Chair, look, with my experiences within the close protection space, we might as well not give you a close protector. I'll give you an example. I mean, now recently...
Sorry, so you disagreed with the Maduna Protection Services report? Is that what you are saying?
I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying if we give you one, because for me,
Sorry again. They said a close protector.
and a driver.
How did it happen that you have more than one? I can quote, I can read it to you in their recommendations.
Let me go to it.
If you go to the second last page, they say you must get a bodyguard. And they even explain the type of a bodyguard that you must get. They don't put an S. How did it happen that he had more than one?
Which is
Page 15.
can see, yeah, it says a driver. It says on page 14, it says a driver, and then it says a bodyguard. So
I'm asking, how did it happen that you had two bodyguard plus one? I would understand the one that is a reliever and a driver on top of that.
I'm lost.
In your affidavit, you then appointed him two security bodyguards,
Yes.
a reliever and a driver, right?
No. They must. When you appoint three. Logic dictates that these two. You can't have. What will be the purpose of a driver if you are being attacked? So you need two qualified close protectors. So instead of you having a so-called driver, these people must have similar training. So you don't have a drive. Somebody's going to drive between the two. So meaning that you are having a BG1, bodyguard one, and bodyguard there, and the driver. In case when there's an incident, you don't have a person that is going to just drive, but he must be able to then fight back. So the third one is going to be a reliever. So when they work, obviously they will have their commitment. Somebody will be sick, whatever. And so you need somebody when the other one is not there. The other one must come in.
So you are saying to me you appointed three, not four.
We appointed three.
In total to the VIP at first, you are saying you appointed three, not four.
There were three, yes.
No, it's fine. I will confirm and then I will get back to you, because I want to put it into you that in some of my documents I saw it that it's two bodyguards, one reliever, which is a bodyguard plus a driver. But I will come back to you. It's fine. Let's pass there.
Okay.
Now, how many bodyguards does Mr. Lutswalo have now when he left RAF?
Yes, he had 9.
Serious? You lie. How did it get to 9?
Okay, let me explain this. When we started, we had three bodyguards, and then around July 2022, we had people who came into the office with guns. So, and then we then intensify the close protection and added another additional vehicle, of which it comes with 2 plus a reliever. So a reliever is not quoted on the financial part of things, because the reliever must be catered by the service provider. So meaning he had 4, because at that time, obviously the thinking was that look, the decision that is taking is affecting a lot of people. There's unhappiness around South Africa about how he's doing things. So we then intended to make sure that at least we give that necessary protection. For us to go to 9, it was something else. It was something, because when we procure, okay, the contract of the service provider came to an end, I think it was in 2023. So then, because we're in the process of internalizing the where on the structure we had 6 in terms of the structure that was approved. So then when the services of the service provider came to an end, then he requested to have extra. He wanted other people to add, so that to add on the 6 that we have.
So after this attack, did you do some other risk assessment to determine that you need more security and all that? Because I believe the reason why you had the first security was to defend yourself, defend him or protect him against such incident.
Yeah, look. I will tell you this, because hence I'm saying that the assessment, that the prelim assessment, yes, on the basis that the people that came in there, they came in the evening, and then they hold the security in the main gate, because remember we are in an office park. What was funny about it is that they came in with guns. We saw them on the cameras. They had guns. And they were there in the parking in front of RAF, and the vehicle was just driving around RAF. So I mean, if it was a normal people that were coming to steal, how will you come in and just drive around there? And they even left the guy who was a security guard there. He had a gun. In fact, they didn't see the guy that was having a gun. So there were intentions. It was not just only to steal, but they were there for someone. But we can't precisely say it was Mr. Letwalo, but they were there precisely for someone.
But you, because that's what I was going to ask. How did you know that it was Letwalo? I mean, because that's will I be wrong to make an assumption that that's the only person that you upped his protection after that incident?
No, I don't think it was only Mr. Letwalo, because I think even the Sira at the back, they had their own issues. So also with them, because we have a consolidated engagement, I think also with them, they were thinking that maybe these people were there for their own CEO. So it was...
Sorry. So also Sira, you don't know whether these people were coming to you or Sira?
You can't know that, because no one has told us.
But nonetheless, you increased the protection?
Yes.
Oh. How? Hey, you don't tell. So how did it happen that you end up buying an armored car of 4.4 million?
Yeah. No.
Sorry, before you get there, can I just ask something? So Mr. Msiza, I mean, what I don't want us to do is to trivialize, given the kind of country South Africa has become, to trivialize matters of security, right? Because these threats do exist. And I am expecting that at the Road Accident Fund, and I will just use my little knowledge that I have now, given the contestation for anything really in South Africa, procurement matters, it could be people upset about claims. I mean, you know, you could have somebody who's been waiting for a claim for years and they've now reached the end of their term. They just decide, I'm going to go there and shoot somebody. So the possibilities are many, and I don't want us to trivialize the matter. What I would expect you to do before Honorable Maduna, who's in injury time, before Honorable Maduna finishes his injury time allocation, is that I would expect that the organization would think, who would be at risk here? Are the people in claims at risk? Could it be the head of, could it be the chief operating officer? What did these people want? Are we protecting the right person? They might have been upset about something else. Did that process of just trying to understand who is at risk in this building, so that we can then provide adequate protection, we can go to the board, and you get where I'm going. Because it leads us to the armored car, because as the leader in that organization, that would be my primary concern. Did that conversation and process take place?
Chair, the increase of security was not only for the CEO, even in the office, because before we never had armored officers. So because of the incident, we have to also engage the physical security service provider to also provide firearms in the office, because our understanding was that, look, we might think that this is for the only CEO, but only to find that it's not like that, because we did have numerous people coming in and stage a sit-in our offices. So our thinking was along those lines, that obviously his name is there to say he's the one that doesn't want to pay claimant, and so there were a lot of factors that we then considered, but it was not only for the CEO. Even the office, we did increase the security.
You're not answering my question though. Did you have a comprehensive threat assessment for a range of people? There's the staff in general. What you're telling me is, oh, let's up security in general. No. So I used to work for a bank, okay? The most protected person in the bank is not actually the chief executive or the chair. It's the guy who oversees the cash operations, okay? You understand why, right?
Yes.
You get me? So it's not always a CEO who's at risk. And an organization that has got proper due diligence then does an analysis, because you don't know who was here. You then do an analysis to establish who here could be at risk apart from the CEO, because absent of doing that, it appears that the only person whose safety matters here is the CEO. As long as you protect this person with all of these measures, that's all that matters. Meanwhile, the person who deals with claims has got 300,000 people who are really upset with them. And if they were to know at the mall that this is the guy who deals with claims, let's talk seriously. What do you think would happen if somebody were to walk around, I'm the guy who deals with claims? Believe me, they wouldn't get home in one piece given how angry people are. It's a real thing. So I recognize a threat. I do want to just understand why everybody else is excluded and the chief executive is the one, to the extent that you're about to canvass with Mr. Maduna here. Why didn't that process take place?
Chair, in terms of individual employees, we encourage them that if there's anything unto their safety, they must report. So at this point in time,
out of this incident, I want to know, out of this incident, what happened?
Out of this incident, what I did, I wrote, Chair, there's letters that we wrote to the ministers, there's letter that we wrote to subs requesting their assistant, Chair. Because and again, Chair, it was, from my side, it was a question of the capacity of intelligence. So we wanted then to subs to also assist in that space.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think I get the answer. Mr. Honorable Madun, you finish your injury time.
No, thanks, Chair. Actually, I think to the question that you've just asked, I read between the lines. I got the answer. Because no, my last question, my last two questions. I want to check. Given that you've been, you've guided the former, or let's just say the Honorable Julius Malema, the leader of EFF. I just want to check between him and the former CEO of RAF, are there any relations that you may know of? I think that's one question. Do they have any relations? That's one question. Secondly, my last question, Chair, in my injury time, so how did it happen that you end up providing guards to the wife, kids of the former CEO? Did you have, I think in line with what the Chair was asking, did you have some sort of similar report that indicated that they are also at risk? You know, you might never know. Those are my last two questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Letswalo and Mr. Malema, according to my knowledge, when I was working with him, I never met Mr. Letswalo while I was working with Julius. So I won't say they've got a relationship, other than knowing that they are from Seshego, both of them. Yes. So it's not a question that there was no point where we met, and I think also they are from Youth League, if I'm not mistaken. So then coming to the issue of the protection of the wife, that was the instruction of Mr. Lutswalo. And then I think I had my displeasure in delivering that, you know. But like I'm saying, there's a lot of messages that he sent to me that really makes our relationship be sour, you know, precisely because of those things. So, and you will do, remember he's an accounting officer. He's the one that must come in fact to account and tell you why did you requested security for the wife, you know, because I advised him that this thing is going to blow out one day. Precisely because for me, it was a kill. It was a kill, you know, and going, because I remember when I told him, and then he said to me, no, Ralph is the one that is compromising my family. You know, and what can I do? I mean, I'm reporting to him and then I must deliver whatever. But as long as he can come and account and take the council into confidence that why did he give those instructions? So I can't, if I didn't deliver, I was going to be charged like those ones that were crying here. Thank
Mr.
you.
Msiza, thank you very much. You know, okay, before you come in, Honorable Gupega, I'm always mindful of the fact that we can walk in and out and our witnesses can't. So, Mr. Msiza, I just want to ask you if you are comfortable. Would you like to take a potty break? And so, would you like to?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm mindful of that because we sit here and we just watch you talking all the time. So, Honorable Gupega, I'm sorry, I realized that we had not given Mr. Msiza time. So it's 10 past. Can we convene at 20 past? Then I think we're gonna finish soon today. Okay, Mr. Msiza, let's just take a 10-minute break. Yeah, thank you.
Lutwalo only, with the additional possible guards for the family as well. So if it's nine combined for himself, the wife, and the vehicles. Oh, okay. No,
Yes,
thank
Chair.
you. Now the next question is, at what cost was that whole setup? What was that costing Raf? How much is that costing Raf per month?
Look, I think there's figures here that we have presented, but what I want to break up the cost. The cost, they talk to the fuel. The cost, they talk to the vehicle. They talk to the SNT that we give to the protectors. They talk to the hotels where these protectors will sleep. So it's just
Mr. Msiza, thank you, sir. I'm looking for the total cost. So when you calculate the cost, you calculate the SNT. I'm asking this specifically because in your affidavit here, you spoke about former SEPS task force counter assault team members who were in private security earning around 70K per month per person. So I'm trying to quantify the cost factor of what we're talking about now. You see, now you've just introduced SNT, you've just introduced hotels, and so on. So I'm trying to understand, at what cost per month was this whole security setup?
So I don't want to mislead. I'll have to then drill down to actual numbers per individual. But on the what do you call this thing? On per annum, all the protectors, because we didn't recruit them all at once, so they came in. So in 2023, we had two that were costing 797, 954, and then in 2024 we had how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They were costing 3 million. Oh, this one is salaries. It's not including your SNTs and whatever. And I think when we're consolidating the information, we did send it that information that talks to your SNTs and them. I don't have it with me here, but we did send that information. So on the salaries, 2024, it was costing us 3,172,996 In 2025, then we had 9. They were costing us 3,210,989.63. So the total amount is 7 million from 2023, 2024, 2025.
Okay, that's excluding SNT and all other benefits, hotels, and
Traveling,
things like
yes.
okay. All right, thank you. Okay, the next question. Out of the whole board, the executives, I think this is something that Honorable Chair tried to extract from you. We didn't get a clear answer. You've got a board, you've got an executive, you've got other people's claims officers, and all of those people who are working at RAF, who process this and that, who are vital to the machinery of RAF. Out of all of those people, and I will include the board as well on this one, like I said, who else has personal protection guards with them besides Mr. Lutwalo? Is there anyone else who's got VIP protection?
The chairperson, the former chairperson of the board, both of them, they had protection, former chairs. And the other one, it was Mr. Sfutle Mudiba, who was here yesterday, also had protection, but it was for 6 months, if I'm not mistaken. And yes, But with employees, like I've mentioned, that with employees, when there is a threat, or if an employee feels that there's a threat, they report to us, and then we do an assessment. Then from there, if we can provide, we'll provide whatever mitigations that will bring in place. Within the office space, we are doing assessments annually to make sure that at least to assess our systems and the security posture of the organization.
Okay, thank you, sir. You've got here Mjaeli Security.
Yes.
Are they still on contract with RAF now?
No, the contract ended in 2023, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, I've got documents that speak different. It's 2023 or 2024?
Let me just confirm. Let me confirm. I know that we had the first one and others we then extended. Just want to check the last one.
I've suspended the clock, Honorable Kupek.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Are you big shy? Are you big shy?
No, 2024.
2024.
So, yeah, sorry for that, yes.
Oh, okay. Yes. The reason I'm asking that is because, Chair, we've got around 8 or 9 security companies that are currently still on contract with RAF till about 2030. And I think, like you said earlier, Chair, when we ask some of these questions, they are rhetorical questions. We already, not rhetorical questions, but we already know the answers to the questions. Now, we've got about 8 or 9 companies that are contracted to the Road Accident Fund at a tune of almost 100 million rands, if not more.
Yes.
Could you just take us through quickly, briefly, what are those, or what is it that is being watched over at RAF to the tune of 100 million rands a year? Because it looks like 100 million a year for security only.
Yes. Yeah, that let me say 100 million is for the period of 5 years. We've got 13 offices throughout the country. So obviously offices differ with sizes. You've got smaller offices, you've got bigger offices. So bigger offices that we have, you'll have various numbers in terms of the what you call the resources that you'll procure. And also remember the regulation or serial regulations, they dictate in terms of the service providers how they charge a security personnel. So if you want 10, you're expecting one of them to be more than 15,000. So then obviously service providers will add whatever that they want to add for those services. So that amount, it covers offices that we've awarded. We've awarded 10 offices, 3 we didn't get responses from them.
Okay. So it's basically it's not for one office, it's for multiple offices across the country.
Across the country, yes.
Oh, okay. I think that makes more sense. Now, you just said now that SIRA regulates the costing of security services. So you can't basically just thumbsuck a figure with, okay, this is how much security guards are going to be. Now, in your affidavit, you've got a cost comparison of close protection services with reputable companies 2024, and I put emphasis on reputable. You've got MSS, TSU, Mafoko, CFV, and MA Security. And you've got their costings that were listed here.
Yes.
Did you notice that some of these costings don't make sense? Or the numbers don't add up, rather?
They make sense. And I'll tell you why I'm saying that. That is why I mentioned there that, remember, if you have a company, a private company that pays the employee 70,000 as a close protect, I'm talking about a private company. And if you can recall, there was a point where Ntlantam Konazi was saying SAPS is losing members, special task force and counter-assault team. They are losing members to private companies. These private companies, they are paying these people a lot of money. So if you were to employ that person now, or maybe you procure those services, if they can pay that person 70,000 per month, how much are they going to charge you? Obviously, it's going to be more. So now, it's because of the services that they provide or the type of services that you will get from those companies. If you can check the companies that are put there, is highly they recruit from special task force, most of them, and yes, so that is why they cost so much. So even if you can check when they were doing the RFQ for that 480. They went 5 times. Why? Because of service providers that were responding. They were quoting 2 million, some of them quoting 1.7, 1.8. So if you were to get a close protection company that understand this job, you are not going to get a close protector that can be paid with 480. So whatever the amount that you get, it depends with the experience of the company, because some of them they've been there in business for long, and maybe they are providing for high-profile people. So obviously they want to lower their standards. So then you'll get somebody charging you 6 million for 12 months, and we check even the vehicles that they provide. They provide high-performance vehicles. So it's one of those things, and also the training of individual. For me to be trained from counter-assault team, I was trained the whole year. I'm a specialist. I specialize in VIP. I've been trained with foreign weapons. I've been trained. I'm jumping from a civil.
No. I think
it's expensive.
I think we get the picture of what you're trying to say. Now, on that note, I'm not sure if we can help us here, Chair, with just the one. It's on page 6 of the affidavit. We've got MSS Security at 52,000 rands by 4. For CPOs, you've got a vehicle at 45,000 rands by 2 for 12 months. If you can just do a quick maths there, that gives you 3.576 million. You've got a costing of 4.653 million. If you take the 3.576 million and you add VAT, it's 4.112 million 400. It still doesn't add up to the 4.6 million. So I think the question there, and that's what I was talking to. I wasn't talking to the reasons why they charge 70,000 per CPO, 50,000 per CPO. I was just questioning the numbers that are written here. They don't add up. You've got security companies, CFV, charging 6.372 million rands. That number is correct if you take the 102, 500 and 95 and 68 and you add them over 12 months. But there's no VAT. So that's what I'm alluding to. That did you realize that these numbers, some of them are completely off just by a way of calculation? Forget the reasons for the costings.
Yeah, I'll agree that they are off in a sense that you can't pay 6 million for close protection. I will agree to that because, but for me, if a service provider code that, I look into that, will I pay that money? No. It's too much.
The numbers are wrong, Mr. Msiza. I'm not talking about the.
Oh, my adding there.
Yes.
I'll have to revisit them. I'm not sure, but when we're doing the calculations of the amount of the quotations, I think there's quotations there that I've attached. I've attached quotations, yes.
You see now, the reason I'm asking this is because we can't be dealing with numbers or such big numbers and then make silly calculation mistake. Adding, we're not even multiplying or dividing. We're just literally adding. Adding 1 + 1 must equal 2. 2 plus 2 must equal 4. 2 plus 2 can equal 6, which is what we're getting here. But I think have a look at that. I think let's move on. There's no there's no need for us to carry on there.
You're in injury time.
Okay, no worries, Chair. I think just lastly, the managing the unit that was managing the vetting. I think it was Honorable Neil May asked this thing, and I'm not sure what the answer was. Could you repeat to us what was the answer regarding the vetting status of Mr. Collins Lutwalo? Because I believe when he came here, I'm not sure if it was here or if it was in the Portfolio Committee of Transport. He did mention to us that he was vetted, but the documents that we have here don't speak to that. What was the situation there? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Lutwalo was not vetted. It's not vetted, let me put it that way. It's not vetted.
Thank you very much. Honorable Madlala, good to see you back, from outside. Welcome. Welcome.
I'm consulting. Yeah, I must consult. We are in a command and control environment. All right, so thank you, Mr. Msiza. I will have a few questions, and I hope that your answers can be concise. One starts as a follow-up question from the costing of the close protection. What are they called? Yeah, CPOs.
CPOs, yeah.
Would the determination or the cost determination be the... Okay, let me ask it like this. I want to presume that there would be an assessment of the level of risk that the person is involved in. For example, a president could require someone who can fly from the helicopters with that particular training. But a person who is a CEO, I'm not sure what level of risk would they be to then require the same kind of protection. You see, the ones who are taxi owners that Mkwanas was speaking about, we know why they need to recruit from the task force. They live in that kind of an environment. And there's only one incident reported of, or two, I think, or so, but I've not heard of a direct contact where Mr. Lutwalo was shot at, which will then elevate the level of risk that is exposed to, thus necessitating the kind of close protection that he would need. I want to just understand that part. What informs, because I understand there are different categories of close protection, what informs maximum or semi-maximum? I don't know if this costing speaks to the highest specialized CPOs, but what would inform that as opposed to a lesser category?
Yeah, Chair. Look, I mean, with my experiences, Chair, I know for sure that some protectors do procure their what you call the certificates. Chances are you'll go get somebody who doesn't have an actual advanced driving is there on the paper. So people, they go and do what you call defensive driving. This advanced driving is not the same. The one that I did compared to what is getting provided by other service providers is totally different. So chances are you'll get somebody who says, that's why I'm saying when I called the Wenzile Papama, so that I can test those guys, they then said, okay, no, we need to then negotiate, because obviously the people that they were going to bring there is somebody who don't have the actual necessarily skills. So the challenge is that when you go and request the services, you want to request the real deal services that you know that this person, you are not going to babysit him. The person knows and understands the job like he knows himself. So it's not a question of saying, I want this individual people, but this is the services that I want to procure.
I don't think that you've answered my question.
Yeah, so I see your. Yeah.
Apologies, Mr. Matlal.
I've stopped the clock, Honorable Matlal.
Honorable Matlal. There's a gentleman sitting behind Mr. Msiza. Ubali andod.
Okay. I mean, Honorable, they are together, the two of them. Is he worrying you?
No, usifuna ukwazi sihleli nobani lana. Can't be sitting with people who don't know here too.
No, I mean, I honestly don't know. I don't know that gentleman there.
Who is he? Nah, the gentleman.
No, the whole point. No.
We don't know who we're sitting with here. Chair.
No. So. No. Look. No. So on. Mzala. No. Is Honorable Isaac. Let's be serious. No, the gentleman is accompanying Mr. Msiza. In the rules of parliament, he is there are two roles in this. You can either come to support your friend or family member or whatever and sit in the public section, which is what the back is for, right? Or, as you saw yesterday and on other days, you can sit next to the witness and assist them. You know, they need to find things on So that's all. I mean, we don't ask people to identify them. I honestly don't know that gentleman's name.
Can we establish a practice of asking them, Chair, who's who, so that we know and understand who we're sitting with here?
Names,
including names and that gentleman and why they are here. We just I know I'm supporting so and so. It's.
We are not allowed to do that, Honorable Gupega. We really aren't with members of the public. So the thing about parliament proceedings is that they really are public meetings, right? And as long as you meet the requirements of being in the building, in terms of the sort of the access requirements here, you honestly can come and sit. That's the thing about parliament. So we don't ask
we don't want people following us here outside here. We're calling people's names.
That's
you step outside.
No, that's a risk. It's just that when they arrived, I saw that they were together. But the thing is, we have allowed a lot of other people to come here with people, and they've sat at the back, and we should not treat Mr. Msiza differently to other people.
I understood, Chair.
Yeah.
It's not to isolate Mr. Msiza on his own. I just wanted us to maybe possibly establish a practice of knowing who's here, if it was possible, because people are going to be following us here, Chair.
We will consult the rules. I do not think we are allowed. I have often wondered, sometimes I see people sitting at the back, I'm like, where did I see this person before? No, I know. We'll check the rules, but for now, let's continue as we...
Thank you, Chair. I think what my colleague is raising, I think we can canvass it in a different platform, but I think it's important. I saw yesterday that in the news, the deputy commissioner was present with his colleague who has got 18 counts of guilt for carjacking, and they were sitting in parliament there. So it becomes a bit embarrassing to say, how do these things slip through? In parliament, you can find someone who's wanted somewhere sitting in parliament. But
maybe Mr. Msiza operates at the deputy commissioner's level in terms of his conduct.
Yeah, it may not be for this platform. So thank you. I think, Mr. Msiza, as we proceed, you see, my question, I think you did not answer my question, but I can accept your answer, because any answer, it's up to me what I then generate out of your response, because you did give a response. But what I wanted to understand is, at what level of risk was Mr. Letsoalo such that it necessitated that particular kind of close protection? You know, and I'm not from the security environment, but logically I would think that there are different categories of risk. If you are high risk, then we have to go and look for the highest. And there's no evidence presented before us that has shown that there was ever an attempted shooting at Mr. Letsoalo. There were serious threats. I'm not saying that the others were not serious, but it's just people at the gate and all of that. And then obviously in terms of the agenda he was driving, it had a national interest and some big corporate companies involved and all of that. I understand that aspect, but I needed to understand specifically what informed the level of close protection.
In terms of numbers or individual skills?
In terms of individual skills leading to the cost factor,
Yeah.
you know, to say that then one person will cost 70,000, because I think that is attached to the skill capacity of not. I say the numbers for now. I'm just at the skill level. For
Yeah. Look, like I've said, with my own experience, I was an instructor. So with my own experiences, there's a lot of things that you expect from an individual, of which certain private companies, they don't meet them. So when you go out there, you need someone who has vested experience within the space and the skill that is necessary to mitigate any kind of threat. Because if now you were to have a threat now, or somebody shooting at you, it doesn't have high or low. You know, threat is a threat. When there's an attack, an attack is an attack. So you can never say no, but you know, it was expected of this person to be killed because of the people that he hired. You understand? So for me, if you come and say you've got a threat now, I must get people that has experience and a skill to can defend you in case anything happens.
all right, no, it's fine. Let's go back to. You'd forgive me if I was outside during that time, to how you were employed at RAF. And I'm interested in that because evidently you have a relationship with Mr. Letswalo that dates back before you were employed at RAF, which seems to have to be a very close kind of relationship. We may not categorize it as friendship, and I don't want to box it into business partnering, but a very close relationship, which would imply that you are a person that he trusts. And there was a question earlier around why did you think you were the one who was picked up? And you said it's because of your skills and all of that. And I would think that based on the evidence that has been presented, part of it could have been because he trusted you.
He used to.
He trusted you, yeah.
Yeah, before, yes.
Yeah, trusted is past tense.
Yes, okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
yeah. So how were you contracted? So he called you, you have a conversation with him before he says, no, come through, I need you to start coming and working for me, and then there's a contract or there's an advert. I just need briefly, how do you find yourself at RAF? Because the colleagues that were here said they only knew about you the day they were told that you are starting in the premises. They did not, there's no process that they were familiar of. I just need to understand that process of your onboarding and you ending up at RAF. Briefly. And it doesn't have to be a long process. You can just say, he called me, said, I want you to come work for me. I'm going to give you this level of money, and then these are your responsibilities. Or there was an advert, and then I applied, and so forth. Or I was seconded, but before my secondment, these were the engagements I had with the CEO in terms of what would be my salary range, what would be my job responsibilities.
No, look, the issue of salary was never discussed. I have mentioned before that Mpomanyas is the one that communicated with me, citing issues that, Mr. Letswalo is having serious security threats, and obviously with my experience, they are requesting that I must assist them. It was when I went to Prasa. Then from Prasa, when I was at Prasa, then remember, this person knows my experiences. So when there's issues within the security space, he will ask me, how do you deal with this issue? There's this thing, how do you deal with it? So I think in the main, then he communicated, I'm just assuming, he communicated that within the space that is operating it, that there's somebody that can assist us in terms of the restructuring part of things, of the security. Because like I said, there's a document where I saw that the initial approved structure, security was outsourced. So meaning you were going to have outsourced security than an in-house. So me coming into the picture, I was able to then restructure the security functions, to create what you call vetting unit, investigation unit, close protection. Operations was still there.
All right, so they sort of headhunted you.
Yes, they had gotten me, yes.
And they gave you what kind of a contract? A permanent contract, fixed term contract?
Before it was, like I've said, I was seconded. Then later they've advertised. after the structure was finalized.
Advertised and then you were appointed.
Yes.
What were the qualification requirements on the advert?
The qualifications was NQF level 6 and whatever experience that you have in security space.
And you find that to be normal for a senior manager post, an NQF level 6, not a postgraduate degree or an NQF level 7 kind of a qualification, or 8 or 9?
I can't say it's abnormal because it depends with the organization. I can't say it's abnormal. It depends with the organization in terms of attracting the skill. So I can't say it's abnormal.
See, how it appears is that the advert was structured around yourself meeting the requirements. I'm saying that is how it appears. Because you are headhunted to come and do the restructuring and all of that. And then the advert is issued. According to the briefing to some evidence that was presented here, the advert was first issued with higher requirements and was declared an unappointment. And I can't remember the name of the employee was on suspension during that same period, and when he realized it was re-advertised with lower requirements. Are you aware of that? Can you confirm that? And if you know, what could have been the reason for lowering the requirements?
I don't know. I think HR is in a better space to can explain that. I don't know the reasons why.
So as a person of interest to the post, you know that it was advertised and then re-advertised? Or according to your knowledge, it was just the first advert?
No,
no. You don't know why it was re-advertised, and you don't know what were the requirements on the first advert. I think you are the person who was interested in the post.
In the first advert, if I recall vividly. Okay, let me take you, Chair, to the process. Remember, on the restructuring part of things.
Sorry, my time is going to hit me.
Okay.
I just need to know, as a person of interest to the post, I don't know if you had applied the first time or not, but the second time you did apply, you met the requirements and so forth. So what were the qualifications specifically, requirement on the first job advert that went out? You were in the company,
yes,
sort of in the position or, in the same environment. What were the requirements in the advert, the qualification requirement in the advert, in the first advert?
I'm speaking under correction. I think it was NQF level 8 or 7 or 8, somewhere there. I'm speaking under a correction.
And then when it was re-advertised, it was at NQF level 6.
6, yes.
You read what that means. You would not know. HR would have to respond as to why they lowered the requirements.
Yes.
But obviously, you could not qualify to apply for the first advert, on the first advert, because you have an NQF level 6, not a 7 or 8.
Yes.
Okay, it's fine. Let's go past that. I need to understand something about, my colleague asked you, Honorable Madonna, he asked you how many people were first employed as a close protection. Forget whether one is a driver and so forth, and you said 3. Can you confirm that? Because I think he was saying that there were 4. His understanding was that he saw somewhere that there were 4, and you said no, there were 3. Between 3 and 4, how many people were employed in the first?
It was 3.
It was 3.
Yes.
And then you said there was a need to add an additional car which comes with 2 other people.
It comes with 3. Remember,
it comes with 3.
Yeah, I said the relievers are not coded. So you'll have a what you call a reliever. Like if you're going on your normal security guiding, you'll say, I need 4 people plus relievers. So the relievers will be there, is the cost of the company. So the same as this one, if I go with 3, I will say I need 2 people plus a reliever.
All right, I think I note your response in that regard. I need to understand something also about what you believe would be objective. You said that in your environment, in the security environment, the assessment is done different from SAPS. SAPS deals with you said it's direct threat. And then you guys consider the decision-making levels and all of that when you are doing a security assessment.
Yes.
So would you then, in your own conclusion, say that for example, a draft the decision-making level would not be different from one CEO to the next. I'm saying if you are a CEO of RAF, whether it's Mr. Letwalo, it's Mr. XYZ or Mr. whatever, the decision-making, the risk associated with decisions that they are supposed to take in running such an entity will be the same.
It will be the same, but it also depends with the current environment.
Can you explain that?
It will be the same. It will depend with the current environment. Remember, when I come into the space, RAF was on the restructuring process where there was the, I won't say termination, the contract of lawyers came to an end. There's people that believe that Mr. Letwalo is not paying their claims. There's other organizations that are aggrieved by those decisions. So if the previous CEO never had such in his tenure, obviously this one is going to be totally different in terms of that environment that is operating and the decisions that he took at the time.
So you are saying technically these conditions could be it could be generated by the person themselves. I'm saying if you arrive at an environment, you then propose the strategy, you do a restructuring and whatever, and you end up at risk because of the decisions you are taking, not because of the decisions that come with the job.
Yes.
Then you may find yourself needing security.
You can attract more enemies on those decisions that you then take.
And it would be justified that taxpayers' money must then cover for your own thought process. Because of your own decisions, not attached to the conditions of employment, you now need security.
I don't want to talk for Mr. Letwalo, but I'm going to explain this thing from my own understanding. You don't take decisions that you deem them as your decisions. It's decisions of the organization. From a security point of view, I'm not protecting your decision as if you had a disagreement with somebody out there. For me, it's a question of the threat that comes with the decision that you take, that impact on the organization. And also, if something was to happen to you, it means that whoever going to come or decision that you have to implement, people will be scared because this individual has been killed for persuading this decision. Because remember, the issue of structure of a strategy of RAF, it was not approved by Collins himself. It was a departmental position of approving that strategy. So I will assume that whatever decisions that he took at the time, even though some of them they will be interpreted otherwise, for me it was a question of the impact that might come if he get killed or whatever, he get harmed. That will then affect whatever that we need to implement from the organization point of view.
Last question. You made mention of certain decision that Mr. Letwalo took, or certain decisions that you implemented on the request of Mr. Letwalo, and you said he is an accounting officer, so if he is going to account for it, then you implement. Otherwise, you don't want to be like the other colleagues who fell victim of some processes. Now, I want to understand what you really meant by that. Could you have meant that legally or otherwise, cost-effective or otherwise, ethical or otherwise, decisions that he would ask you to do, you would do, as long as it's going to account for those decisions. For example, I believe that you were not Mr. Letwalo's close protection officer. You were an employee of RAF. So you operate within the security policy, within all these frameworks. And if there is an unwarranted request for additional security that you find in terms of your own experience, as you have alluded, that is unwarranted, it's not justified, it's going to be too costly for the company, you would service still the person as if they were your principal, as opposed to servicing the company and having the best interest of the company whilst executing your job. I just want to understand briefly what what that statement of yours meant, that as long as he will account, so it means you guys can call him to account, but I had to do what he wants, whether I agreed with it or not.
Like I've mentioned, from where I come from a semi-military environment. Command and control is very much important. So when he gave instructions, because it's an instruction, so it's either I do it or I don't. So when I don't do it, then I must know the consequences. So if you come and say to me, I want this thing to be done, I'll tell you the culture within RAF. In RAF, we ratify. And you will see most of the time there's memos of rectifications and whatever. You understand? It's because you get instructions to do certain things. You know? Then you must find a way how to regularize it. Because if you don't, then obviously you don't want to do your job. And I think people came here and spoke about it at length, the experiences of those things. So I'm not the first person to mention that. It's there, and some of them, they've suffered the consequences.
All right. Yeah, I think thank you for your responses. This is just a comment, Chair.
Yeah, because the only reason I didn't say injury time is because when you said last question, you were in injury time. But make your closing comment.
No, thank you, Chair. And I think thank you, Mr. Msiza, for your responses. There are some things I'm worried about with your responses, with this particular last response, because there is something in labor law. You did human resources, yeah, so I would assume that you know this. There is something referred to as a legal instruction. You may not refuse to carry out a legal instruction, not just any instruction. You are from the command and control environment, but RAF is not a military environment.
Yes.
It's a corporate entity, which is a government entity. And it cannot be justified that you will do anything that the CEO says you must do at a level of a senior manager in the company. And I can only imagine how much more about instructions to the junior staff and to the rest of the corporate ladder. If at that level, with your experience and your qualifications, you are saying you do things and then you ratify, you find ways of regularizing them. Because my worry is that whilst we're dealing with this inquiry, we're trying to say, what can we put in place as systems and control measures so that we don't have these things reoccurring in future? But what it says that tomorrow, if we still have you at RAF and we have another CEO who says do the same thing that you asked to do, your response says that you would still do them. And because you understand that to be the environment, and that is unsettling. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madlala. Honorable Isaac, my favorite member of the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning.
Hopefully I'll get on your good books soon.
We're good.
Okay.
Chairperson, yeah, thanks for the opportunity. I honestly will attempt to be brief because I think lots has been covered amongst the colleagues, so I don't want to just, be repetitive about issues. But there are one or two issues that I find quite interesting, and with due respect, I sometimes look at it, the affidavit is like a Netflix series. But be that as it may, the issue of there are now currently 9 close protection officers, I think that was now interrogated. I want to talk to, and perhaps you could just enlighten the committee, I want to talk to page 8 of your affidavit, which is specifically the top paragraph, paragraph number 7, that is the procurement of armored vehicles. Now, it goes on there about, this was pretty recent, last year, there is a hit against his life, he needs an armored vehicle, and it goes on to talk of the service provider assisted with the vehicle for which he refused to pay for the usage of the vehicle. And then it goes on under bullet number 51 and on paragraph number 7, an armored vehicle B6 level was bought through the SCM process at the amount of 4.4 million. A cost comparison was made. You were very relieved that the vehicle was eventually bought. If I might ask, if you could just enlighten me, One, who was this vehicle sourced from? What vehicle is this? Currently, what is your understanding of where is this vehicle parked? Who is using this vehicle? And then I'd like to move on to the next question, with your permission, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The vehicle was procured from MMI somewhere in Melrose Arc. Is a vehicle what you can, where they sell armored vehicle. So the vehicle currently is parking at the office after Mr. Letswalo's contract came to an end. So yeah, it's just parked there by the office. So I don't know if I've covered all the questions.
Okay, no, that's good enough. I just want to understand. So the vehicle is back at the office,
Yes.
4.4 million rand worth of a vehicle. That is a 2024 model, standing there. We're paying insurance premiums on it, and it's just standing there. Period. Is that what we're saying? Right. Okay. Peter, that's good enough to understand. Do you know if there were any kickbacks or anything on the purchase of that vehicle?
No, the process of procurement of the vehicle, it was through the desktop check of an armored vehicle, because what happened was that when he requested the vehicle, he was like, no, you need a car. And we did the desktop, then SCM did their own thing to check what other service providers are selling the vehicle. I remember some stage where he just sent me the website where we have to go check if they've got those vehicles. So the transactions was between SCM and that dealership. So I was told that in fact the vehicle was more than 4.4. So apparently they've negotiated for a discount.
Okay, thank you for that one. Okay, I'm not going to talk about this vehicle procured exposes him when he has to open a gate at his girlfriend's estate. I don't know what. Anyway, look, you don't have to answer that. Let it be, sir, with due respect. I'm just, okay. The issue of the vetting. You were vetted through the entire process, you're satisfied?
No, I'm not vetted, sir.
You're not vetted?
Yes, as I've mentioned, that I've established a vetting unit because with my experiences within government, you'll get in, get out without being vetted. So that's why I've established vetting unit within RAF.
Okay. And then, Chairperson, I'm on page 9. I'm at the paragraph number 9 on page 9 at the bottom, abuse of power and state resources. I'm just trying to facilitate this thing quicker. You speak there of, in paragraph 61, several irregular and concerning operational practices were observed that deviated from the conditions of employment. I just want to understand your statement. Observed by who? By you or somebody else? Just explain that in a nutshell, please.
Some were observed by me, some were complaints from the close protectors or internal close protectors, where they come to me and tell me that no, they've been doing personal stuff instead of the work related, and also the issues of them staying outside in a place that doesn't have abolition facilities. So they've raised those things with me. Some of them have observed them, yes.
Okay, so some of the CPOs were actually doing farm work and moving implements and that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Okay. Poor Manyasha, I think Chairperson alluded to her name earlier in his opening remarks. Do you see her? Are you in touch with her? Do you know whereabouts?
Umpo Manyacha is working at the Road Accident Fund. At some stage, she was an acting chief corporate support. And I was reporting to her at some stage, yes.
The son that went to Mpumalanga, he's back home safe, all is good, right? Okay. I know I'm not in injury time, so I'm all right.
No. We're still in normal time, Honorable Isaac, believe it or not. The 90 minutes hasn't come up yet.
Okay. The assets that you may speak of that needed to be recovered from him, in terms of after he was then removed from the offices, were all these assets now fully recovered? Because he refused to return the assets, then he wanted to go to court, something like that. Do you know if these assets have now been returned, or are they still in his possession?
No, they are now returned, yes. They are returned to the office after the contract came to an end, yes.
Chairperson, great stuff. No, I'm done. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable Atkinson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Msiza. And I think you have already answered a lot of the questions that we've got down here to ask you. Can I just ask you, we had Mr. Mhlanga came and testified here and said that apparently there was a CCMA ruling that he should be reinstated. Was there any reason why he wasn't reinstated into his position?
I'm not privy to any reason, but I think that is issues that our employee relations can explain. But I wanted to believe that there is a review that was initiated from our office, yes.
Okay. And then the other thing is, have you now insourced close protection services to within the RAF as opposed to getting it from outside?
Yes.
And then do you actually have firearm competency within the RAF to be able to do that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Did you appoint Porsche Security in the Menlyn office at all? Was it you who did the appointment of them?
Porsche, no.
No. Who appointed them?
Porsche.
MPHOSHA, Porsche.
When I got here, Porsche was already contracted here.
Okay, you didn't appoint them?
No, I didn't appoint Porsche. No.
All right. Okay. Had you had any dealings with Porsche before? Had you ever worked for them or?
No.
No dealings with them before?
No.
Okay. It may well be in your affidavit, but maybe just for the interest of the public, what formal qualifications relating to security, relating to what you do at the moment, do you have any formal qualifications for the position that you hold at the moment?
Yes, I'm holding a national diploma in human resource management.
Okay, but
and a advanced project management certificate, and also SAPS courses that I've done.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. It's a little bit in line with what Honourable Isaac asked you, but that bulletproof car and all the security guards that were protecting the former CEO until the day he was until his contract ended. What's happened to all those people now? Those close protection services people? They've obviously been withdrawn from him, and the car's been taken back from him. I assume. Am I correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What's happened to those people? What's happened to that?
So, obviously, the internal capacity was on the basis that we're looking at the oppositional model. And now we temporarily redeploying them to security operations because we still internally need the internal capacity within our operational space.
Okay, so were those close protection officers actually people that had been insourced into
Yes.
the organization? All right. Okay.
Yes.
And then I need to ask you, why did you give instructions to the security personnel to block the SCOPA members from accessing your Menlyn office in 2023, and also instructed them to push if they insist? What authority did you have to do that?
I went there. I didn't give instructions for SCOPA not to enter. I went there myself.
Yeah.
I was in Menlyn when incident happens because there was issues of media and media people coming in. Because our access control is controlled. Obviously,
Yeah.
when you come in there, one, I didn't know that the SCOPA is coming there. Obviously, somebody, when he comes to the gate, he must be able to introduce himself to say, I'm here for these reasons. Because whoever comes into our offices, we must request you, in terms of the Access to the Premises Act, to produce your ID and then we search. So those were processes that were undertaken.
Okay.
And if I'm not there, somebody says, I'm from SCOPA. I don't know who's that person. I'm checking with the executives. They don't know that SCOPA is coming. So I have to go down to go and verify. Hence, I said I went to Menlyn myself because the only thing that I can do is to say, who is that person? Because if there's somebody at the gate says, no, I'm looking for Mr. Hittingson, I can't say come in. I must verify first who is this person. Is the person legit? Because I don't know whether the person is coming or not.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But I went there when they were working around. I was with them in the building.
Okay. Does the Road Accident Fund pay for a car for you? Particularly a Golf GTI. Is that funded by the Road Accident Fund, the car that you drive?
The cars that we procured within RAF, they are, in fact, we didn't procure them. They are from G-Fleet.
Okay.
Yes. All those vehicles, we are utilizing them, yes,
All right.
throughout the country.
Okay, and then I just want to ask you specifically about a security contract here. I'll just tell you the company. It's called Kelvin and Family Security Services. And I see the contract's for 20 million. And it just says here, armed security guards, basically. What exactly do they do, Kelvin and Family Security Services?
Calvin and they are providing security services at head office. Is the one that we awarded a tender, a national tender, when we went on advertising the tender for the security nationally.
Right.
So we were running, on my arrival, the contract we were running on short-term basis. Then we went out on a national tender.
So what would you get for 20 million as a matter of interest from them?
It's for 5 years.
So it's 20 million for 5 years?
For 5 years, yes.
That's 4 million a year. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's for 5 years, yes.
And then how many security guards does Kelvin and Family provide you?
I'll have to check, but it's more than 18, if I'm not mistaken.
18.
18.
Oh, okay.
I'll have to check the numbers.
All right. Okay.
Yes.
Right. I don't have any more questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Msiza. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We're really almost done, Mr. Msiza. I nearly said hang in there. We will release you to go home. I just want for us to walk through the Mjayeli security procurement. So were you aware that the 480,000 rand limit is a fringe benefit for the chief executive?
Chair, I learned about the 480 when I was attending the board meeting. Sorry, Chair. But like I've mentioned, Chair, there is a document, I don't know, where it talks about the advice when they went to SARS and whatever, and then it came back and says, the close protection, that French benefit, it can't be a French benefit. There's a memo I think it's on my attachment there. So, but to say it was supposed to continue or not, I think it was a decision of the board, Chair.
No. We're going to get there. Now, I was just asking you if you knew that it was a fringe benefit. So yes. So I just want you to understand the premise of my questions. When the former chief executive was seconded from the Department of Transport to the Road Accident Fund, according to the records that we have, he, while still at the Department of Transport, demanded security, citing threats from the Road Traffic Management Corporation as a reason. That is the genesis of the discussion. The contract, his employment contract, could not be concluded because he was demanding close protection. This is before any incident about, somebody breaking into his car or strange people coming in front of the cameras and brandishing weapons soon after he had just left, and so on. We'll talk about that incident as well. So that's the genesis of it. And the board was anxious to conclude the contract negotiations, and the outstanding issue was this security thing. The threat assessment done on the chief executive was done by SAPS, and therefore the difficulty for the board is that the SAPS's threat assessment says there is no threat against him, right? And as a committee, we were diligent enough to ask about previous chief executives. I think Mr. Modise had some level of security. I think he had a driver or something, or two drivers on rotation. The details are hazy, but Mr. Modise had some level of protection. Eugene Watson was assessed, and Eugene Watson was found to not need security. And so Mr. Watson used to drive himself to and from work. He's still alive today, as far as I know. Nothing happened to him, with all the issues attending at the RAF. That's why it became a fringe benefit. So when the procurement is done, and I'm telling this story because I appreciate you might not have the board minutes like we do. So I need you to understand the premise of the question. So when eventually the board, after speaking to Maduna and so on, because this thing was becoming intractable, they then decide to make it a fringe benefit because it hinges on his employment contract. Now, a fringe benefit, for example, a travel allowance is a fringe benefit. You pay for the petrol and all of those things, you come back and you claim. In reality, it was really up to him how he spends that money.
Yes.
Right, for his security.
Yes.
So I need you to understand that I'm coming from that context, which is why I'm then asking the questions. The difficulty is that his employment contract never ever changes at all. It stays at 480,000. But there is an escalation in the cost occasioned by some of the things you put in your affidavit. And believe me, I'll give you an opportunity to talk to them. And then we will be done. That's the context. So after this, the Maduna, threat assessment, which also itself was kind of, the board members were still not happy after the Maduna assessment, by the way. I just need to understand that I need to understand how the procurement was then done from Jaeli Security Services in order to initially provide this. So just give a brief overview. If you were involved, were you the person who commissioned it? Were you given a limit in terms of how much you could spend? Who gave you that limit, etc.? Just those little bits.
Thank you, Chair. Like I've mentioned, the then acting COO, I saw the memorandum when I was called to the board, because this happens before I can arrive. Then when I was called to the board, there was a memorandum that was written to the board by the acting COO requesting to review the 480. So now, after I was called to the board meeting where I then explained the policy of RAF to say on the policy this is what it's saying, and the board then said no, this is a policy issue, so it has to reside within EXCO. EXCO must then decide. So the issue of 480 chair, I had it from there. So now it went to EXCO, where we then got three. We look into the contract, physical security contracts that were contracted at the time. Then the one that has that are not running on short terms. So the contract that we found that it has quoted close protection, it was the Mujahili contract. Others they didn't quote. So now what happened was that we then SCM then engaged with the Mujahili in terms of the quotation, because on the contract it was saying 2.5 per shift, if I remember correctly. So others they didn't quote. So it was a question of trying to address the issue that they've went 6 times on an RFQ without getting positive response.
Mr. Msiza, so in order for you to shorten the answer so that we can release you in time, all I want to know is did SCM assist with the process?
Yes.
Good. Was there a budget allocated, and how much was it?
In terms of the budget?
No. Okay, at least did you get to see the contract eventually when the contract was signed? Did you get to see how much what the contract was for?
Chair, I can calculate. I think it was 144 times 12.
Okay, I will find it. We've got, but anyway, but I think what I want to establish is that the contract was now more than the 480,000 per annum.
Yes.
Okay, so that's fine. So that's all I wanted to know. There were not questions, because what I want to get to is to get to some point in your affidavit where things keep escalating.
Yes.
So now we've established there was a fringe benefit, 480,000. Then it escalates into Mjaeli security. Just briefly, what were they supposed to provide by way of infrastructure? By infrastructure, I mean this. What type of vehicle? How many vehicles? How many close protection officers? That's it. Just those. That's what I mean by infrastructure.
So, protectors, there were 3 chair, 2 plus reliever plus a vehicle. That was expected from them to provide at the first instances.
So that would be the rental vehicle that they provided.
Is their vehicle? I don't know whether they've rented it from somewhere.
It was a BMW 5 Series.
Yes, it was a BMW 5 Series. Yes.
That vehicle was rented from. So they provided the vehicle and they were getting paid for it.
Yes.
Okay. No, I mean, look, this is not your fault. So the fringe benefit is 480,000. So the RAF is now spending over and above the fringe benefit, because the vehicle alone then has a cost to it, and then there's the protectors and so on. Okay.
Yes.
To your knowledge, for what purpose did Mr. Litswalo use this vehicle? Was it for business? Did he have his own vehicle prior? What happened to it once this arrangement was in place?
He had his own vehicle, yes. He was not using it. He was using that vehicle that was provided by the service provider.
Okay, so basically 24/7, that vehicle was at his disposal throughout.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, are you aware of whether the Road Accident Fund was paying for the fuel for that vehicle?
It was paying, Chair.
Okay, all right. Okay, so that's fine. And then what I want to get to then, if we can go to your affidavit.
Yes, Chair.
Let's just go to number 4, to section 4. Security risk and threat assessment for the former CEO. I just want to clear something with you, which is, so Mr. Litswalo in fact, let me not say Mr. Liswalo, the Chief Executive Officer of the Road Accident Fund is an accounting officer of a large institution,
Yes.
which receives around 50 billion a year from taxpayers. I just want us to have some discussion around the vetting and SSA and who does what. I just want to get your position correctly. Your internal vetting unit, do you understand it to also have the responsibility of vetting a chief executive officer?
No, Chair. Ideally, for executives, we send them to SSA, not, we are not doing them internally, no.
Okay, so that's fine. In fact, on that, let me ask. So when we requested information from the state security about the status of vetting, others were in polygraph, others had completed a polygraph. This is now the latest information. In Mr. Litswalo's case, it said no vetting form submitted. Do you know if that is accurate or not?
It is accurate, Chair.
Did you ever have a conversation with him about his being vetted by SSA?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of why he never submitted a form? Did you discuss that with him?
Chair, initially he said to me he submitted the form while he was in transport. And then when we issued him with another form, he was saying to me, no, I'm not going to complete this form again. Transport must make sure that they finalize that process.
Okay, so in other words, he just refused.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he just refused.
Yes.
Okay. We have discussed here the fact that, as Honorable Maduna was saying earlier on, I think it was Honorable Maduna, that the threat assessment is done in the context of the job that you do, as you would appreciate.
Yes, sir.
Which is why ministers don't walk away when the president fires them with bodyguards, including people who are ministers of security. You understand? So when you move from one job to another, a new threat assessment is necessary in the context of that job. To see, of course, the history is important of whether there might still be some people looking for you, but generally it's in the context of a new job. Okay, so the security vetting, then he refuses to submit a form for the security vetting. So can you just tell me then about the point at which the security allocated escalates beyond the point that you were telling us, Jaeli security. Now, I don't know if this is at number 7, which is procurement of armored vehicles. I don't know if that's the appropriate place to start, or it starts before. Is that the extension of the security contract at page 7?
Yes.
Okay, let's start there. I don't want you to read, just tell the story as if we were sitting outside, you and I.
Okay, Chair. Because we're busy with the restructuring, trying to internalize this. So the first contract, it was 12 months. So the restructuring process was underway for us to internalize, and then in 2022, because we are not done with the restructuring and the appointment of internal staff, then we extended. It was extended for 13 months. After we extended, then we had an incident of people who came in at the office with firearms. So that is why we've added another vehicle in that space.
Okay, you've said something that's very interesting, because clearly the members are putting up their hands. So, okay, fine. Before you just hold that thought, Honorable Maduna and then Honorable Beasley.
I just want to confirm, Chair. Mchaeli was appointed to division for 12 months, was then further extended with another 13 months. That's what I want to just confirm.
So Chair, the first one, it was emergency procurement, the first one. And then the second one was, let me get my story right.
So the emergency procurement is a deviation, basically.
Yes,
It's the
yes,
same thing. So we
yes,
accept
yes,
that. We're just now trying to
yes.
establish the second one.
Okay, the first one, it was emergency. Then the second one, it was a single source because we're extending. So it was single source on the basis that familiarity and. So we didn't want to go and, yeah.
Yeah. So thank you. Honorable Beasley.
Thank you, Chair. So I just noticed in point 43, extension of security contract, that the suspects forced their way into the Eco Glades office park around 2000 hours. That's in the evening. Staff
Yes.
aren't there.
Yeah. No, we've got staff that work till late.
Yeah, but I just find it quite bizarre if it's this massive threat that they come in the evening when majority of staff aren't there, you know. So I think if for me, if they came during the day, but at 8 o'clock when most people are at home having supper, it's just amazing that things extrapolated from something that happened at 8 o'clock in the evening. I can't see it being a massive threat, but you're the security expert.
Chair, executives, they leave late. They leave late. So most of the time, they leave late in the office. Not all of them, but yeah, not all of them. So in some other instances, they leave late, around 10 at night. Yes.
All right. No, thanks for that answer. Sorry for the interruption. Can you remember where you were in your story? Because we were talking about Mjaili security when Honorable Matuna
questions. Let me try and remember.
No, you were looking for something in your. Oh no, it was for honor.
Yeah.
Listen, I think it's partly dealt with the question that I dealt with. So it was this incident that led to an escalation in the number of security that are provided. At that point, I just want to be clear: Mjaili security is still the incumbent.
Yes.
Right, and then what happens after? In the conversation between the RAF and Mjaili?
No, it was like I'm saying. The second one, it was a single source because we're not done with the restructuring. So we're extending so that we can finalize the issue of internal capacity so that we can then cancel the contract. If we are done with internal capacity, then we then resume the internal capacity.
No, thank you for that. Was that incident reported to the police?
Yes, Chair.
It was reported, okay.
Yes, it was reported, yes.
All right. Then there's a procurement of armored vehicles. I just want us to get and I suppose it was an armored vehicle rather than armored vehicles. I just want to be certain. The affidavit says procurement of armored vehicles.
No, there's only one, Chair. I'm sorry for that. That's only one.
No, that's fine. We just need to clarify because the document will be public now.
Yes.
Okay. So you say the former chief executive informed me that there is a hit against his life. Did he provide details?
He said he received the information, but he didn't give too much detail on the issue. That there's a hit on him from the taxi violence, taxi industry. They want to eliminate him.
You may not be aware of this. Do you know that that's the same reason he gave years earlier when he was negotiating his employment contract at the Road Accident Fund?
I don't know about
the
that.
reason the contract negotiations got stuck is because he said taxi people wanted to kill him.
Yeah,
that was a basis of that. So I noticed that long after I had left the Road Traffic Management Corporation, so he says there was still a hit. Okay. So in his conversation with you, did he specify, did somebody call him and say, we're going to kill you? Did somebody tell him that, was it hearsay? I just need to understand around this conversation.
No, for me, I think the way he plays it to me is like somebody told him. But again, there was an incident where he said to me he went to the stadium, there was this taxi boss there who was asking about him, and then he has to vacate the space.
Okay. Was this particular threat reported to SAPS?
I told him to do that.
You know if he did?
I don't know. I don't think he could have told me.
Okay, let's talk about the place where this was procured. So let's just talk about the B6 level vehicle. So this would be an SUV X5 ML A6.
This X5, Chair, is an X5.
This was an X5. Okay.
Yes.
Let's just. I just want to be certain. So this dealership is at Melrose Arch.
Yes, Chair.
Opposite the hotel there. There's a Marriott hotel. And then it's a luxury dealership there.
It's very proper, Chair, yes.
Yeah, it's a luxury dealership.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about this BMW X5. What engine capacity is it? Do you know?
Chair, I'm not sure
Is it an M? Is it
No, it's not an M. It's a normal. It's a normal X5.
Okay, was it a diesel?
It's a diesel X5. Yes.
It's a diesel X5.
Yes. Chair.
Okay. Wheel size? Do you know?
I just forgot.
Okay.
I forgot, but
we need to get info. So let me be fair to you. We'll ask for the you still at the rough. We want the specifications of that car.
I'll send it.
Here's why. You know, a car has got extras.
Yes.
Right. So we want to know the extras. The armored part of the vehicle does not need fancy stuff in it necessarily. So that's where I was going with that. Okay. Okay. So was it at this point that the number of security escalated to? Okay. So, yeah.
Yes.
Tell the committee about the threats against his family, his wife, and so on. Are you aware of what happened and what the approval process was for providing security to them?
No, Chair. Look, the assessment works like this, Chair. Right? When you do a threat assessment, I can do your threat assessment around you and the environment that you find yourself in. But that doesn't mean that if there is deficiencies that I see, they must be incurred from the state. I can come and say you need cameras, you need this, you need that.
No, we're gonna get there.
Yes.
No, we are going to get there. I just need to from a layperson's perspective, I've seen the whole thing they do at your home, etc., right? So I just need to understand how it is that his wife and kids came to be provided with security.
It was him, Chair. It was him instructed that they must be protected.
Okay, so there was no threat assessment on them done on
individually,
that
so no, sir.
Okay, all right. So he just gave that instruction.
Yes.
Okay. And this was for the account of the road accident fund?
Of course, Chair.
Okay. In the vehicle, his wife's vehicle, did she have a driver, or would she drive herself but then somebody would escort her? That's what I was trying to establish.
She will drive herself and then the protectors will escort.
Okay. All right. Okay, can we go to number 9, abuse of power and state resources?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so just tell me in paragraph 62 there. The former CEO compelled loss protection officers to report to his residence early in the morning and remain outside for the entire day. Can you just explain that? So my expectation would be that they are supposed to fetch him at home anyway, aren't they?
Yes.
How is this different to that?
Chair, the difference is that, look, you know that you are going to leave at 12 o'clock.
Oh, I get you. So in other words, even if he's not going anywhere until 4 p.m., they were supposed to be there from early in the morning.
Yes.
Okay. Were there specific instructions on what they're supposed to do while sitting there? They would just sit in the car?
Chair, they will sit in the car or do the errands, his errands.
Okay. Like going to the shops and that kind of thing?
Go get whatever. He'll send them to wherever that you want to send them.
Which vehicle would they use for this purpose?
State vehicle.
With a state petrol card?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, I honestly, in paragraph 65, I thought he said he then appointed 2 junior officers, Ronald Lamola and Benjamin. I saw Ronald there. You know, when you're used to a particular name, it just goes there. Yeah, apologies to my fellow honorable member who's in the executive there. Okay, can you just explain this here? The 2 junior officers, what were they supposed to do now? And so on, because I understood, does this arise out of him claiming even more security threats?
It was going there, China. But what is happening is that these were internal junior officers that were recruited. So, but now, they were intending to create a parallel structure because certain things that I was not agreeing with. So then, these were his trustees at the time. Now he was trying now to create a structure where he can give them instructions. So he then elevated them to team lead and supervisor to supervise the internal close protection. Then they can do whatever that they want to do.
Okay, and they reported, so there was a parallel reporting structure, you say. Can you explain what you observed?
Chair, what happened is these guys were reporting to me. So now, because of things that were happening, like for an example, Chair, he will request when let's say the main car goes for service, will then hire a car that will be utilized. This guy, Ronald Musena, he will want a specific car for Collins, Mr. Luzwalo. Then when I refuse, then he'll go and tell Mr. Luzwalo that no, this guy is refusing for us to get a vehicle. Then he will call me and fight with me. So now, later, this thing then developed, and it grows because we're now fighting constantly. Then he instructed that security must report to Mpomanyasha. Then he gave Ronald Musena and Benjamin, the team lead and assistant team lead. So now they must now report without my instruction. So they must do whatever that they want until to a point where this Ronald has to go and appoint an employee without me as a senior manager in the department. So he was given those powers to can do whatever that he wants, Chair.
So, this in a strange way confirms Mr. Lehumu's affidavit to the committee in respect of what happened when you came into the RAF as a security specialist. I'm not accusing you of anything.
Yes.
Just wait for me to finish. So everything you describe here demonstrates a pattern of management where it would appear that if somebody else is no longer wanted, someone creates a parallel structure that takes over their responsibilities and life continues. But now you are sitting there as a manager and people that fall under your area are reporting to someone else, because in essence, that was Mr. Lehumu's complaint about the situation when you came into the Road Accident Fund to restructure. So I'm not saying I'm blaming you. I'm just saying, making an observation that this is the same situation. It's just interesting that you also find it difficult to live with.
Okay, I didn't know at the time. Now I know.
All right. Honorable Isaac, you've got a question.
Thank you for allowing me, Chair. Just as a follow-up on, with the discussion in the question line on the armored vehicle. So I'm very interested in this vehicle, and I hope I can really get to see it someday. So, I want to understand this farm where these individual CPOs were working. Who does this farm belong to?
It belongs to Mr. Luzon.
So it's his personal farm.
It's a personal farm, yes.
Okay. So this armored vehicle, you're obviously aware of this vehicle and its health. So it was being serviced how often? Every month?
Yeah.
Because you said you need, every time the vehicle went for service, you had to hire another car.
Yeah, we had serious challenges in terms of the tires. We have to replace tires, Terminex, because that car has weight. So if you go off-road, it's not an off-road vehicle. So when you go off-road, challenges is that when you step on top of the stones, obviously it will crack the rims. So on several occasions, yes, we went and fixed the rims and replaced the tires.
And the office paid for all this maintenance?
Yes, we pay, yes.
So was this vehicle being used on the farm also?
It was going on a farm, yes, wherever he goes.
You must also get a farm, Honorable Isaac.
Then lastly, Chairperson, sorry, and I'll step off. Lastly, Honorable Beasley spoke to the fact that he finds it perhaps difficult to comprehend or understand why was the attack that was being carried out or the breach of security at night, and you replied that people work late at night. A lot of passion at the Road Accident Fund, admittedly. People work till 10 o'clock at night. It's awesome. Do you know if Mr. Letswalo was there, physically present at that point in time when this breach occurred or supposed attack?
On the day,
you were there, right?
On the day
you were there.
No, I was not in the office. It was 8 o'clock. I also normally leave late, but on the day in question, he was not there. But like I'm saying, executives occasionally they'll work till late, maybe for whatever things that they're preparing. It's not something that happens every day, but yeah.
Yeah, about this, I'll step off this now. But if what's being contended here is that Mr. Letswalo is the moving target, or that he is being threatened, he's not there at 8 o'clock at night. Then what would individuals want to do at the Road Accident Fund's office with guns and whatever? I don't comprehend.
Look, I think the analysis is to say we don't know. I mean, you'll never know modus operandi of assailants, whether it was miscalculated or not, but it's something else that I can't conclude. But if somebody comes to their office with guns and drives around, the assumptions will be that maybe they've missed the target. Because you check how people get killed, so it's not first attempt, You find out maybe they came there and then that day they didn't get anything. Like I'm saying, I don't want to conclude to say actually they were definitely looking for him.
Yeah, I think that's a fair answer because he never spoke to them, I suppose. So it would be difficult to say why. Yeah. Honorable Maduna.
No, thanks, Chair.
Oh, sorry. Honorable Beasley, my apologies. Sorry.
Your Chair, you highlighted it, and I tried to raise it in the first thing, but I don't think I got the question over. I mean, how do you feel personally about being sidelined in this parallel structure?
Yeah, look, like I've said, on my arrival, I think when this thing happens...
You how do you feel now?
Yeah, I'm going there. I'm saying... I feel undermined and humiliated.
No, thank you. So how do you think Mr. Lohomo and Mr. Mhlanga felt at that time?
The way I feel now.
Exactly. So the point I came to, don't you think that they deserve an apology from you because you were a pawn in that? And I would have more respect for you, knowing what you feel now, to say that you erred in that particularly, that you were used to humiliate and undermine two incredible people who are fathers, who are parents, who had to go back to their children being undermined and humiliated, and you played a part of that. And knowing what you feel now, don't you think that they deserve an apology from you?
Chair,
And this is on a personal level.
let me qualify it, Chair. I think here the approach is different, and I'll tell you why. On my arrival, I engaged with them. We spoke. I didn't do this document alone, by the way. All this document that you see, the strategy, the policy, and the SOPs, we did them together. On my arrival, I said with them, I said, guys, I want you to own up to these things. So it doesn't have to be owned by me.
It doesn't have to be. So you don't feel that you need to apologize
I didn't undermine
for the parallel system, and they're feeling humiliated. And
I didn't create the parallel system.
Okay.
So I didn't undermine them because they're saying
you've answered the question.
I didn't undermine them. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Maduna.
I found him chewing.
Okay.
No, thanks, Chair. Honorable Madala is busy attacking me since the morning because it's for the first time eating today. No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I want to check on the fuel. For instance, in 2024, in the documents that we received, it reflects that you spend around 1.7. So I would assume it was fueling these cars that are being used by for close protection, right?
Yes.
Only
For close protection, yes.
only.
Yes. Vehicles, yes.
Are you sure?
For close protection, yes.
1.7.
1.7 million.
Yes.
I was cautioned about my calculations, so I will have to confirm. But this financials, the statement we received from the bank. We received the statement from the bank. I'll have to check the years is from which year to which year, so that I can give an accurate. This is an old information. I mean, we're trying to respond as questions were asked.
Maybe let me. It's in the documents whereby you prepared. You see where you show the salaries.
Yes.
The salaries of the protectors, and then you move on to the second page whereby you show the vehicles. I believe that included that 4.4 in 2024. Now, if you go down, it also shows the security services, how much you spent, and then if you go down on 2024, it says you spend around about 1.7 in fuel.
Yeah, hence I'm saying the consolidation that we did it was from the bank reconciliations that tell us how much did we spend. We're adding the amounts of different vehicles in terms of the petrol usage. So no, it was the main car. It was the vehicles that were allocated to the close protector. So I must correct that it's not only for main car alone. So it was for 4 vehicles. So hence I'm saying I will have to then make sure that my calculations are clear.
No, you are correct if you are saying it was for all vehicles, and there's nothing wrong. I'm just surprised that we as people who power petrol spend around about 1.7 on one person fuel, because it is only one person.
Yes.
And in line with that, I want to ask on 53. I've been trying to read that statement in your affidavit to understand it. You say that you tried to reduce the number, and I don't know the girlfriend. Can you please explain what is that? What does that statement mean? The wife will forgive us, unfortunately.
No, what I'm trying to say there is that after we procured the armored vehicle, for me it was a relief. Because when I checked the numbers, I was kind of like, these numbers are too much, So at least I will have, this will be a force multiplier so that we can reduce the numbers. Because remember, in terms of the traveling, we also look into the SNT, the overtime, the hotels. Because he was frequenting Limpopo, I don't know how many times in a month, So now, for me, it was like, at least I will stop paying overtime and SNTs and hotels, But the challenge is that it never went that way. So when I say, no, let's cut down, he said, no ways. In fact, the vehicle, because you know what happened? The vehicle that we procured is not a factory-fitted armored vehicle. So what happens is, if you go to BMW, you want to procure an armored vehicle, it will come as a factory-fitted armored vehicle, because they have to adjust it on the side so that when you open your window must go down. So the one that get modified, they must try to make sure that you see on the window, so that when you open the window, it must open. But the challenge is that you've got that machine inside. So your window can go all the way down, so that you can have what you call, so it's going to open slightly small. So his displeasure was that, in fact, the vehicle that has been procured, it doesn't open the window. When he gets to the boom gate, then somebody must open.
Where is this boom gate is where, in Limpopo?
No, the boom gate is there by his girlfriend's place, where the girlfriend resides.
So what was he doing in Limpopo?
In Limpopo, he's from Limpopo. He was going.
Yeah,
his home. He was going
So
there, or going to this farm there, and then. Yeah.
Oh, the farm is in Limpopo.
Yes.
So he would take the bodyguards along with him.
Yes, he goes wherever he goes with the bodyguards.
Oh no, I think that was it. I just wanted to be asserting that we actually spend 1.7 on a fuel per annum.
No, thank you. You've assisted me in respect of paragraph 53, because I was going to ask for that detail, because it wasn't making sense to me. Okay, we're almost done, Mr. Msiza. So, did you at any point, I suppose you were responsible for the budget planning for all of this year. And it appears that the cost would escalate depending on what was asked at a particular time. Was there a budget for this? Say we know we're spending X amount per year and it's all set and it's approved.
Yes, Chair, there was a budget.
Okay. Did you typically stay within that budget, or was it exceeded? So, for example, you mentioned the fuel number. Was the fuel budgeted for, the SNTs and that kind of thing? Was there a breakdown in terms of the budgeting? And was it ever exceeded, or the amount stayed within? What we see here as the calculations are what was budgeted for.
So, Chair, we had a budget. Our budget was covering all the activities within the close protection. So we had I think it's 30 million for the period of 5 years. So then whatever that you wanted to do, you're supposed to do it within the budget.
30 million was for? Means for what?
For close protection, Chair, traveling, SNTs, all those activities that I've mentioned, Chair.
A year.
No, I think it was for 5 years. I'll have to check. I think it was for 5 years, Chair.
Okay, you'll have to check. Okay,
Yes.
no, thank you very much. Tell me, you mentioned that the board chairs would get, is it all the chairs or were there particular chairs that would get protection?
The chairpersons that when I arrived there, I mean, Mrs. Tembi, I think, and the former chairperson.
Ms. Francois.
Yes.
Okay, so what was their security arrangement? I mean, was there a threat assessment done on them?
Yes, yes, they were done, yes.
Okay, and what did the threat assessment say?
Like I'm saying, Chair, it was precisely of some of the other reasons that makes us to give Mr. Letswalo the close protection.
Okay, let's...
I will also provide those assessments.
No, that's fine. I just want to, before we go, I just want to get into the threat assessment. I have some knowledge from a layman's perspective, right? So let's go through it together. What specific threat was identified in respect of Ms. Francois such that it warranted a close protection services?
Chair, in terms of the approved security policy, it says the permanent protection will be allocated to the chairperson and the CEO. And also this was also benchmarked with other state entities, your Transnet, your PRASA, your ESCOM, and RTMCs.
No, sure, but close protection comes with a threat as well. So on that, so some people get allocated a driver, as an example, rather than close protection, as part of their chair as a board, their role as board chair. It can't be that as long as you are chairperson, you are regarded as being under threat, because there are other financial institutions that work with even more money and there's more at stake than the road accident fund, and those people don't get close protection within the state environment.
Yeah, yes, I agree, Chair. Like I'm saying, normally what we do, we look into what we call the principles of security threat assessment. So in the main, you check the identification of the individual and the role. We look into the we assess the position and associate exposure to risk by virtue of the decision-making authority, visibility and access to sensitive information. Threat level increase with involvement in litigation, disciplinary actions, regulatory enforcement, or procurement dispute. What we also do is we check threat identification. With threat identification, we identify credible threats. We check your...
No, sure. I mean, my question was, what was a threat? I mean, you do all of that, right? It's going to give you a score, right? So the score said there was a high threat level.
Yes,
that's what the score said.
It was, from the assessment point of view, you rate it as medium, not high. You rate it as medium. So it's where you are saying either you use your own your discretion from the security point of view, say let's give him a driver, so that we can have. But in essence, we never had a direct threat to Ms. Francois.
I've got to say this carefully. Have you had where you've come across the Commissioner of the SA Revenue Services at all?
No.
You haven't?
No, Chair. Commissioner of SA Revenue
Services, yeah, SARS.
No, but I know that.
No, not a meeting. I mean, have you come across, bumped into him, that kind of thing?
Yes. I think I can't remember where, but I once saw him somewhere, yes. Carrying school bags on.
Relative to Mr. Letswalo, if you have to put them next to each other, and their respective entourages. Now, let me tell you about the kind of people that the Commissioner of SA Revenue Services deals with. I think you know where I'm going with this.
Yes, sir.
Drug smugglers, lemon poachers, the people who run Long Street here, dangerous people.
Of course,
you
yes,
understand.
sir.
The
Yes.
people we hear about the Madlanga Commission and so on. Serious business, right?
Yes.
Large companies being asked to pay billions. Not this Twitter noise that we listen to, but yeah. You understand, these are
Yes.
really nasty people, to the extent that SARS has a paramilitary division.
Yes.
Because when they get there and people are ready to rumble, it needs to be on, right?
Yes, sir.
But you've seen, relative to Mr. Litswalo, we're now doing like for like on that threat assessment. Who of the two has a small army of people around them?
Who has a small army? Mr. Lozolo has a small army.
Is that your answer?
Yes, because for me, like I'm saying, as you've mentioned, I'm not sure how many the commissioner has. I know what Lozolo has. He has 9.
The commissioner does not have 9, I can assure you. That's all I'll say. He doesn't have 9. The point I'm getting to is that if I read your affidavit, we appear to have had a person who was hell-bent on getting the bells and whistles of the security arrangement. There are people in this country who handle extremely dangerous business. And I mean, you've got your enforcement division at SARS, the people who really get down and dirty. They don't get this level of protection. I am not aware of a single assassination. Well, there was one in Durban, you remember, the attempted assassination. So these are people who come across very serious threats. The only thing we have to Mr. Litswalo's name is a break-in at a mall in his car, that's all. Everything else is theory, and we've spent this kind of money on him. It is objectively true that if you are to do a threat assessment on the face of it, the Commissioner of SA Revenue Services, the quantum of what it deals with on any number of companies and individuals, domestic, foreign, serious money. They shut down people's businesses forever sometimes. The list of enemies for a person in that role is infinite.
Yes, Chair.
Do you understand?
Yes, Chair.
I'll leave it there. Because when taxpayers think about these things, and there is a lot of conspiracy making in South Africans have never had a conspiracy they will not believe. I take personal security seriously. Over the years, I've had to do that myself, including in this job. I don't trivialize it. However, it always has to be appropriate and not serve people's fragile egos. That's where I leave it. And this comparison I'm giving you is a comparison that I believe is appropriate. And in terms of enterprise size and risk, the two are not even comparable. And in 2024, somebody says, get me an armored vehicle, because I heard that someone from a job I last did 5-7 years ago is looking for me. And that kind of money is spent, that cannot be right. But it's just a comment, Mr. Msiza, unless you want to respond. But I think it brings some perspective into the whole discussion.
Thank you, Chair. Correct, Chair, to say, look, somewhere, somehow, something was supposed to give, especially when we look at the cost implications. Cost implications were high. Driving with armored vehicle plus a backup vehicle. And I think at some point, there's issues that were once raised to say, but even the minister doesn't have such kind of transportation. So it was one of those difficult moments where one doesn't want to listen, because for me, if you employ me somebody who has speciality within the space, the least that you can do is to listen to me. But if you don't, and you want to do as you want to do it, because you are accountable and you have the final word, obviously there's nothing that we can do. But like I said, Chair, Mr. Elizolo must come here. And I saw an article, he sent a letter to the media, distancing himself from this, says, no, I'm not in charge of security. I'm not in charge of SCM. Mr. Elizolo must come and account, because this thing, they were happening under his instructions. It becomes unfair when he start mentioning us as if he didn't know our position at the time, that no, but this thing is too much.
No, thanks, Mr. Msiza. Look, Mr. Litswalo, one of the things we really want to do before we're going to go to Honorable Maduna, but I just wish to assure you, if there's one thing we want to do, is to give Mr. Litswalo and other people on the executive management and on the boards sufficient time to deal with these matters. So believe me, we've invited Mr. Litswalo as well as board members from each of the time periods under review. So we're not just calling people like yourself to come here and then we're going to leave it there. No, we're going to go to where the buck stops for answer. So I just wish to assure you of that. Honorable Maduna, are you closing us off? Are you closing with a prayer?
I will practice to pray. In future, I will pray for the committee. No, Chair. Actually, now that you mention it, I wanted us to just go on 44 and 45.
Chair, can I go?
Yeah.
You need a quick break.
I thought maybe I'm finishing. I'm kind of like...
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, let's do that. No, that one is always non-negotiable. You can go.
Yeah, you can go.
We'll wait for you. Don't stress. We will wait. We'll sit here and wait.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And my boss here, and my boss said yes. One last question for Mr. Msiza.
No.
Unless you want to stay on with us, we're happy to. No. It's not that kind of party. Okay.
No, Mr. Msiza, I see that you make references to a number of cases, but notable to me. And I think I would have not done justice if I leave you without asking. When you are referencing to the cases, particularly the one of Cindy Somakaka, and I would have been interested to find similarities in terms of what would have happened on the 22 of June around 8 with this case of Comrade Sindiso. I would be, so I'm saying to you, please just allude to us the similarities that you would have identified in these cases. I asked this particularly because I kind of know about this because I'm from there, the one of Comrade Sindiso.
No, here it's just a reference of how easily people get assassinated. You know, in under the issue of fighting certain injustice or corruption or whatever. So here it was me saying it sometimes we take things light when somebody says I've got a threat, and later then you have an incident where somebody loses their life. So that was on that context to say, because these are lessons learned, where people comes and say, there's this thing that is happening and we take it light. Then on a later stage, the only thing that we're going to do is to rest in peace. That was on that context.
No, thanks, Chair. I thought that it's important that I asked that, particularly because I think since I've seen even in the ad hoc committee that is ongoing, even here in Parliament, unfortunately, the former SGO of the Youth League really has a bad luck. There are many people who are transcending using his name, while we know very well they were in marches that were against, that were supporting people who were arrested and suspected of being played part in killing him. So it really worries me every time someone makes a reference to that case, because he has started, you know, when people are just using to just transcend, while we know they were in the forefront of marches in court back in 20, when first arrests were made of big shots saying that hands off so and so, hands off so and so. But today, in terms of how they refer to these things, it's as if they were not
Members,
there.
please.
It's as if they supported the family at that time, because now they're in Parliament and they're in front of cameras. I thank you, Chair. It was in that spirit, not that I have a problem with you. It's just that it touches me that you find a lot of people, it's as if now they supported the family from the first instance. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Aduna. Honorable Madlala.
Just a few direct questions. In your understanding of your former friend, does he have taxes? I want to understand why does he feel he's got a taxi owner's threat on his life? Does he own taxis? And maybe why then he would, if you know, he would say taxi owners want to assassinate him?
No, with my knowledge, I don't recall him having a taxi. And it's something that I have been asking myself, because why taxi people, you know? I can't comprehend that if there'll be taxi industry that wants to assassinate him.
Last one was there's this schedule of contracts. There's something around 121 million for a contract of 3 years for leased cars. I just don't have that paper next to me, but you know about it. What are those leased cars at 40 million a year? What it's G Fleet, yeah, that's what it's written. What are those? What's that? And why not buy cars if you're spending 40 million leasing cars a year?
Yeah, I think because of this attachment, that is the basis of, it's not only for close practice, I think it's for RAF as a whole. RAF has leased cars all over. We've got cars all over the provinces that were leased from G Fleet. precisely because they were running away from issues of attachment, that if they procure the vehicle, they'll be attached. So that's why they are listing them.
All right, Mr. Msiza, thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming to assist us with the committee. If we need further information from you, we will let you know through Ms. Ibrahim, who will liaise with the board chair and the secretariat and inform you accordingly. But I want to thank you for responding to our call, giving us no trouble, and coming here to answer all the members' questions. And nobody has got any questions left, which is what we want to see. We also want to thank you for your submission. The fact that we didn't go through the submissions in detail doesn't mean in our discussions we don't do the same in any case, especially that you were sworn in and you've provided a sworn statement. So a verbal submission and a written submission are still official submissions. So it doesn't mean that that information doesn't get taken into account if it was not specifically mentioned here. But we may, in the course of looking at those written submissions, send you further questions in writing. So we'll try and minimize the up and down, because it also costs money and time, right? But I want to thank you for coming to assist the inquiry. And as you see, we don't bite. We occasionally laugh sometimes, which is as it should be. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Chair.
All right, honorable members, thank you very much. As the boss said, there is provision downstairs. And by the way, you also a taxpayer, so you can go and have lunch. Okay.